In terms of transport and access, there's a focus on the long-term plan on moving to a safe transport network free from deaths and serious injuries, and we believe our work aligns well with that. Next slide, please. Thanks, Mark. So a little on who we are and what we do. There are approximately 20 organisations making up the Safety Collective. 5 are represented here today. 6, including ACC. There are 9 who have joined the collective since accreditation was obtained last year. We're led by, or chaired by Councillor Falpena, and we want to acknowledge your proactive leadership of the collective, Councillor. Essentially, the collective identifies injury prevention priorities for Tamaki Makaurau using the available evidence. It shares information and strategies for addressing this injury harm. We have a website that will go live later this year to promote the strategies, the actions we are looking to take and influence, and to seek even more engagement. And thirdly, we support and advocate interventions at a community level. Be those by local boards, community groups, or indeed the governing group. So just expanding on the last point there, we use a collective impact operating model. That is, we seek to influence outcomes through things such as guiding vision and strategy, supporting aligned activities, improving the use of data, building public awareness, advancing policy and mobilising funding. It's important to note, therefore, that the collective is not a delivery agency. Its work is supported by myself and a part-time data analyst. We are employed and supported by council, but funded by ACC for 3 years under an agreement between ACC and council. ACC itself is an active member of the collective, and in fact, Richard, who's in the gallery today, has been leading the planning work around falls prevention and our strategy. And during this year, we agreed to a strategic plan. I appreciate you won't be able to read that, but you do have a copy in your attached with your papers. So our focus for the next 2 years is on the harm caused by alcohol, transport and falls across Tamaki Makaurau. A 4th element is around improving our capacity and capability. And we've left open the possibility of picking up or addressing new or emerging issues if appropriate. So examples of the sorts of outcomes we're seeking are reducing the inequities in hazardous drinking and harm, especially between Māori and non-Māori, reducing DSIs, or deaths or serious injuries, across the transport system, and reducing the rate of falls and hip fractures, particularly amongst the older population, but also the rate of falls-related injuries for children, particularly on playground equipment. So as those examples might demonstrate, it's important to stress that the collective brings an equity lens to its work, as we're aware that injury harm falls disproportionately on communities that have got significant lower socio-economic populations and Māori and Pacifica, as we'll demonstrate in the following slides. So now I'd like to hand you over to the members of the collective for more information on the harms that we're trying to address and some initiatives we have or soon will have underway. Starting with Nikki.
Kia ora. Well, you'll all be well aware of the harms from alcohol because your commitment to the local alcohol policy is outstanding. And I hope that we have success in this process. So what we've got on the next slide, please, is really just a snapshot of just some of the harms. Certainly hazardous drinking is a pattern of drinking that increases the risk of physical and mental health harm. Although the 3 DHBs have a lower prevalence of hazardous drinking than the national average, that's because we have a high number of abstainers across the region. So this is masking differences by ethnicity and by income. So despite our lower prevalence of hazardous drinking, we actually meet the national average of hospital admissions due to alcohol. So there's something going on there that those that are drinking are experiencing significant levels of harm. And it's not just a young person's issue, it's increasingly my age group, 44 to 65, 65 and older, turning up to our EDs and our hospitals. And here are our linkages with transport. We know that more than 1/3 of the deaths in Tamaki Makaurau are due to alcohol, and about 1 in 5 deaths and serious injuries attributed to alcohol, related to alcohol. So this is a whole of council issue, from licensing through to parks, through to advertising, through to signage, through to local alcohol policies, availability. It's really in your control. And so as part of the Tamaki Safety Collective, we are contributing to the review of the whole of council plan around alcohol to make sure that we're all on the same page and we're all trying to achieve the same outcomes in relation to reducing alcohol-related harm. Obviously, there's a really important opportunity that exists right now in terms of the signage bylaw review to really prevent the safety issues around alcohol advertising at shop fronts and also the community amenity effects from bottle stores being saturated with branding and advertising. And finally, one of the pieces of work we've been doing is with KAD, Community Action on Youth and Drugs, trying to ensure that schools are adopting evidence-based practice when it comes to alcohol and drug education, because the global alcohol companies are well and truly in our schools right now, teaching our kids about alcohol harm. And so we've been trying to actively communicate to the schools about the resources such as Tuturu, which are available for a whole-of-school approach to reduce inequities of harm that meet the needs of our students, programs that are designed in Aotearoa, New Zealand. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Nikki. I'll now take us through the transport slide on here. So what's highlighted on here, I suppose, won't be anything new for those around the table. Transport safety is a big issue within the Auckland region, and what we've highlighted on here is just a couple of key stats that we see through our crash analysis system. So we see an overrepresentation of Māori and Pacifica people, and also that big number there of 49% of our deaths or serious injuries on the network are people walking, cycling or motorcycling, so people without a big metal cage around them. A couple of initiatives that we are supporting through the Safety Collective is lining up with the Vision Zero for Tamaki Makaurau strategy and action plan. So we're not doubling up on the work that's happening in that space, we're just broadening the support and the groups that are focusing around that. This includes things like the Te Ara Heipapa community road safety program, things like the changes to the speed limits, and advocating for a review of financial penalties and fines for road safety related offences. The next thing on there is supporting the funding allocation of the rollout of school speed zones. We've got a great signal from central government through Road to Zero around wanting 100% of schools to have a safe zone outside them. To achieve that currently would take a third of our road safety budget, and it does not achieve the reduction in DSI that we would otherwise achieve through that budget. So we're wanting this to be on top of, not instead of. And then the third one there is around identifying and supporting investment into programs that address the uptake and achievement of driver licensing for Māori and Pacifica peoples for lots of reasons, to help better engage in the workforce and communities and to be less disproportionately affected by the fines and penalties and the getting into the justice system through that as well. So yeah, it's kind of pulling together and ensuring that we are getting the collective support for these initiatives.
Next slide, please. So I'm going to go through the reducing falls harms. Falls or fall-related injuries account for nearly half of all hospitalizations or injury hospitalizations for both adults and children. It's also a leading cause of death for over the 65-year-olds. For children, a third of fall-related injuries are due to playground equipment falls, both inside and outside the home. We estimate that around 80 kids in the Auckland region are hospitalised as a result of these injuries. When I'm talking about hospitalisations, we're talking about kids who have been admitted at least 24 hours or more. We're not talking about the bumps and bruises, those who are admitted to ED, A&E and GP clinics. From the body of evidence that we know that there are two main groups that are most at risk, those in highly deprived areas and children aged 5 to 9. So some of the initiatives that we are wanting to promote, first is for fall-related injuries, promote improved active transport and options for physical well-being. We're wanting to explore barriers that older people face to attend community strength and balance classes. And thirdly, influencing approaches to design standards where this could impact on the rate of playground injuries. And we already started that work in conversation with Parks and Recreation, learning about how injuries are logged, looking at maintenance programs and taking the learnings from that to try and provide evidence to reduce playground injuries in our Tamaki Makaurau. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. Next slide, please, Mark.
Just quickly on Hapoi Te Hora, for those who don't know who we are the largest Māori public health organisation in the country. We are owned jointly by Ngāti Whātua, Tainui and Te Whānau Waipareira. They do get on occasionally. And we joined this collective because their goals very much align with ours. In particular, we saw the opportunity to tackle some of the many inequities faced by our communities. In particular, the ones that you see up there. There's no reason that Māori should be overrepresented in a lot of these stats, particularly if you can see them up there, the death and serious injuries, DSIs for short, but in Otara, Papatoetoe, 25% of those DSIs involve Māori, who are only 16% of the local board population, and you see the same theme running throughout. In particular, we are focusing on the alcohol harm faced by our communities and the disproportionate harms there. Yeah, once again, that's up there, and I think everyone has probably heard these many times from Nikki. From here, I'll pass it on to my friend from New Zealand Police. Kia ora.
Part of the police strategy in our business is to have these goals, and our goals are to have safe homes, roads and communities. So we are committed to looking for every opportunity to prevent harm, and we have a prevention first model. So we're not just responding to incidents, but actually using evidence-based policing to make sure that our communities are actually safer. So we recognise that in order to do this, that we actually need to be part of partnerships such as Safety Collective. And so we're doing this because we can't create a safe community on our own. We recognise that we need to be part of the Safety Collective in order to deliver safe outcomes for our people and make New Zealand the safest country.
Thank you, Tony, and thank you, colleagues. Just in summary, if we could. Of course, just the last slide. Oh, thank you, Welia. Thank you, team, for that exposition. So, in short, the Safety Collective Tamaki Makaurau has set a strategic plan for 2022 that we believe is aligned with key Auckland Plan goals. Our focus is addressing inequities in injury outcomes across the three areas that we've described. We're not a frontline service delivery collective. Our activities seek to influence outcomes. And I hope we've been able to give you some examples of the challenges we face and intend to address as we do that. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Ngā mihi ki a koutou katoa to our whānau. So look, thank you so much for this. I know the work, and I know Councillor Collins as well. That was part of it in the last term, knows the work that you as a collective do. So just want to acknowledge that. I've got two questions or comments. So Councillor Henderson, you're first.
Thanks, Matua. Great to see you. I know Safer West has produced amazing results since '99, so thank you for that. Just picking up on the slide on alcohol harm, there are some very useful stats in there on hazardous drinking by DHB. Now, we have a regime in West Auckland on handling alcohol supply that is focused strongly on harm minimisation. So the stats on Waitemata DHB is very encouraging evidence that it's actually working. But despite this, Waitemata is a pretty huge area. So is it possible to break it down further by, say, ward or area of Auckland?
Kia ora, I have to acknowledge that I am a resident of West Auckland, so and have my own views. So yes, we can break it into local board areas and look at hospital admissions, but because the numbers are so small, we usually need to use rolling averages of at least 3 to 4 years of data to do that. the thing about trying to empirically examine the impact of the trust is you need a really robust method. And it's not just about comparing a community with similar characteristics. There's a whole range of factors that go on. And I think the question, I spoke to a journalist yesterday on this very issue, was in fact the question is what would West Auckland look like without the trust model? And I don't foresee a relevant comparison that might work for West Auckland. You have to realise that the trusts still sell the cheapest alcohol in the country through their Pack and Save outlet. And I have that in my office back in Newmarket. And there are still, concerns. Availability is lower. I absolutely acknowledge that.
Thank you. So basically it's about comparing socioeconomic apples with apples.
Not just socioeconomic,
Right.
but age profiles, ethnicity profiles. Also, I think we can't underestimate the impact of wider social norms, cultures of drinkings in particular areas, and how we take that into account when we're analysing studies,
Cool.
even things like religion.
Thank you. Very useful. Cheers.
Ka pai, and Councillor Casey.
Yeah, thanks, Alfie. I'm really glad that Auckland Council's a partner in this august body of professionals committed to reducing harm. And I'm also glad that you have a strong evidence base. And as you may or may not know, we had a lengthy discussion the other day at the Regulatory Committee on alcohol signage. And since you're here, I wouldn't mind hearing just a quick 2 minutes on whether you think there is an impact with regard to sign alcohol.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Alcohol.
Well, I'm sorry, point of order. Because there is a process for this to be heard in the bylaw, we actually declined several groups who wanted to come and speak at the Regulatory Committee for that reason, understanding orders, and I think it's a little bit unfair now to then allow this group around the houses to do it that way. It's not fair on all the other people that we declined, including local boards, because we will have a full public consultation process.
Yeah, no, look, I agree, and I didn't know it was coming. So, look, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Cashmore.
Thanks for your indulgence, Mr. Chair. Also to you, Nicky, you mentioned our local alcohol policy, and you know we went through a pretty strong, lengthy and comprehensive process to reduce alcohol rate at home, but also to have a balance with the hospitality industry. We think we landed in a pretty good place. We're now just landing in court case after court case. It's been dragging on for, I think, 3 years. Well, it's okay. Put it down to my grey hair and forgetfulness. I firmly believe personally there needs to be legislation change around the endless legal mechanisms of basically the retail industry. And would your group be in support of us going to the new government, whichever one it is, to say, hey, this is not working? A lot of councils have pulled out of the appeals, LAP process because of the legal cost. So we would really like some support from some people on that if we're going to have a challenge of that.
And absolutely. Depending on how the Saturday goes, there has been indication from at least from the Labour government that this issue would be in consideration, potentially not 2021, but maybe the year after. Certainly, a number of MPs I have spoken to are cognizant of this issue. Whether getting rid of the appeals process would sort it out, I don't know, because we'd still end up in judicial review through the High Court. So I don't know what the answer is, but given that, gambling policies and other social policies don't have this appeals element, I think it needs to be looked at. If it's not going to be devolved to local government, we get those regulations into national legislation so they're the same for everybody, and that may be the alternative. But it is on the cards. MPs are well aware of this. Only one council has not been through this legal appeals process.
Councillor Hills, you are the last person for questions and comments, and then we'll move through the agenda. Thank you.
Good, thank you, Chair. Thank you all for the work you do and the important work you do for our communities. The question I have, and it's based on the Youth 2000 and that data over the last every 7 years, which has shown a dramatic drop in binge drinking, drug use and tobacco use by young people, which is great news. But I heard a comment before around hospital admissions around that older than young, in 30s and 40s. A lot of the stereotypes and probably promotion still is around alcohol and drugs affecting mostly young people, which in the stats is showing it's just not true. So what kind of work are you doing in the area, or what can we do to help bring that message? It's clearly an issue in a different age group than we're actually talking about.
It was the topic of my PhD, so I could probably talk all day about it. In the 2019 data that came out last month around binge drinking, you're right, we had gone from about 43% down to about 34, down to 29, and now we're about 22% of all students from 13 through to 19 participate in binge drinking at least once a month. So we're starting to plateau. So we're still about 1 in 5, which is still too high, I would suggest. So we've still got a way to go. But what we have seen since 2012 is a significant increase, not just in New Zealand, but in other countries, a significant increase in those 25 to 34, 45 to 54, and 54 above. There has been a rapid increase in hazardous drinking in that age group. It's my group that hasn't stopped their hazardous drinking, they've just continued it through every age group. And I think we do need to say the majority of hazardous drinkers in New Zealand are in my kind of age group. They're not in the young adults. They have a higher risk, they have a higher proportion of binge drinking, but the vast number of us are in this age group. And we do have to change that discourse. The issue is, though, that those 18 to 24-year-olds are still very, very high prevalence of hazardous drinking. They're still up in the 40%. So we've got a long way to go. We've got adolescents who are decreasing those behaviours, and the moment they turn 18 is entering an environment that is incredibly risky for them. So we've got that transition is really important that we need to look at.
Kapai. So I've been monitoring our chat on Skype. So Councillor Collins, you have a comment, and then Councillor Casey, you will move, and Councillor Collins will second. So Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair, and my apologies that I'm not there to be able to see the presenters, but I just wanted to add my thanks to Wayne and the team. It's good to see them again. I had the honour of working with the Safety Collective last term, and I found them to be a group of people who continue to show a level of passion and commitment to the community to really make a difference. And I learned very quickly that this wasn't about us making a difference on the ground immediately as the team, but really pulling the influences and the movers and shakers together so that differences could be made on a much wider scale. So well done to you, Chair Filipaina, because I know that you're working with the group now, but I just wanted to offer my thanks because I still get updates from what the collective is up to, and I really value their work. So thanks for the chance to make that comment.
Yeah, whakatau lava, lawa whionga, thank you. So look, to the collective again, and I've said this earlier, thank you for the mahi that you do, and that you will continue to do. So it has been moved and it has been seconded. I will put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day and week. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to ask if Mr. David McGregor is here. If he's not, we'll then move on to our local board. 2 seconds, 1 second. Okay, we'll move to local board input now, and just to say that Lotu will be coming on in regards to the items to follow around the investment. So, ma lo lava Lotu, I'll leave it to you.
Atalofa lava, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Okay, talofa lava, tēnā koutou katoa ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak to you and to your awesome colleagues there at the PACE Committee. I've only got 5 minutes, so I'll be very quick. I'm speaking on behalf of our local board in support of 2 applications. You can hear me okay, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, no problems at all.
Yes, okay, excellent. All right. The first item is for the $1.9 million investment from the Sport and Rec Facility Investment Fund for our Papatoetoe sports fields. That first slide was just a picture of what our fields look like after a little bit of rain. When there's a lot of rain, there's almost a lake that that forms in the middle of the rugby field, and it's completely unusable. And you know, our sports fields, you'll know very well, Mr. Chair, these fields, they are used by thousands of local residents for rugby, for cricket, for kabaddi. We have more than one kabaddi tournament a year. Our movies in the parks, for our Christmas parade, and for lots of informal use as well. This weekend we have a big Have a Go event for our young people there on the sports fields. But if we go to the second slide. So at the start of last year, the Auckland Rugby Union came to us and they had done an investigation of all of the rugby fields across the super city. And we were really alarmed to see that the number one field that they identified as being a priority for work is the Papatoetoe sports fields. And they looked at the high usage of the field versus the high number of hours that it's actually not being able to use because of the condition of the fields or because of the lighting, the lack of lighting there. And so it was really not, you know, it wasn't nice for us to sit there and be told that our fields were the worst in the whole of the super city, but also that we are the only local board that does not have a single sand carpeted rugby field. So that came as a surprise to our board as well. Their study showed that up to 23, you know, based on past evidence, 23 hours a week is lost in playing hours because of the condition of the fields or the lights. And they projected that that could go as high as 40 hours a week going forward if we don't do anything about it. You know, we've got another sports field as well that made the top 20 list, so we weren't happy about that. We have been talking, at least since I've been on the board, so since 2013, we've been grappling with this issue of sports fields and have been talking with our staff about what can we do to make our fields more robust and to stand up to the elements, especially with climate change and seeing more extreme weather conditions coming through. But we just haven't had the money to tackle it. And so this is a real opportunity for us to finally do that, and we absolutely support the application before the PACE committee. It's not unusual for us to see our young people training in the car park because they have nowhere else to train when our fields are out of commission. And on several occasions, our fields, you know, because they've been so bad, our home teams, our home games have had to be relocated to other sports fields, and that's not good too. You know, that's embarrassing for our locals, and not for Papatoetoe, but for one of our other teams in East Tamaki. They've even had to forfeit a game as a result of not being able to find an alternative sports field for their home games. So that's, you know, they've actually had to lose a game as a result of not having sand carpeted fields. So our board 100% supports this application. The next application on the next slide, if we just go to the next slide, it's for the Colmar Charitable Trust, and they are applying for $80,000 for a feasibility study. We met with them yesterday and with MIT, and there's an exciting proposal that they have to build an indoor or outdoor, indoor/outdoor stadium or court or something like that, somewhere in that Papatoetoe area. We were talking about the rugby. That's the old rugby club there that you can see. It's, you know, it's a dilapidated building, as you can see, but there's also the Sutton Crest corner. There's the old New Zealand Post site that Panuku's involved in. That's part of the Unlock project. So there's all these possibilities and potential. But the starting point, of course, is a feasibility study, and the hope is that the feasibility study will reveal all of those potentials and possibilities as well as any risks. And so we absolutely support Colmar Trust application for that $80,000 as well. I thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chair and PACE committee members. Kia ora.
Yeah, whawhtailawa lotu, and I'm just going to see if there's any questions. Councillor Collins and then myself will move and second the local board input. And this, as you all know, relates to item 14. So are there any questions or comments for Chair Fully? Councillor Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lotu, for your presentation. Just my question just goes to the number of clubs and consequently teams that are using the facilities in this area, particularly Papatoe Recreation Reserve. I'm assuming that with the population dynamics, there's also quite a significant growth in the playing numbers and the number of teams that are actually getting fielded in this area, and particularly given the fact that there's a particularly high youth proportion of the community out there. So is that been reflected in the kind of club stats for the rugby, for the league, for the cricket, and I think of the cricket, the huge growth in the subcontinent players that are turning out, particularly for clubs like Papatoe?
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Watson. Yes, absolutely. There's huge growth in many of our sports codes, but in particular in rugby, in the women's rugby code as well. Huge growth there. I've gone along to the prize givings for the youth sports teams at Papatoetoe, and they can't have them on one day because there's just so many kids, so they have to split them over, they hold them over an entire week because of the numbers. But we do run the risk when we don't, when the fields have to be closed so many hours a week or so many days during the playing calendar, we run the risk of putting people off, and we of course want to encourage people to take part in organised sport. There's growth also in cricket, and as you say, from our Indian Asian community, but actually also in our area we're seeing growth from our Pacifica community. The cricket team there, the women's cricket team, has a growing number of our Samoan girls who usually play kilikiti, who are now transferring over and playing mainstream cricket as well, and that's really boosted the numbers at the cricket team there in Papatoetoe. Kia ora.
Thank you, Lotu. I don't think there's any further questions, and sorry, I just did some jazzercise. Apologies. So, no, there's no further, so it's been moved and seconded. I will put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Carried. So we'll move to item 7, extraordinary business, and there is none. I'm then going to now, at item 8, this is the notice of motion from the Henderson Massey Local Board. I'm just going to invite our Deputy Chair, Matua Will Flavel, and also Member Brooke Loader. Before they sit down, Brooke, I just hope that whoever's doing the babysitting, that both you and your partner are paying the babysitter well. I just hope that's the case. Tēnā kōrua.
Let's bring on that childcare allowance, huh?
A tēnei te karanga, tēnei te tangi. Kia tūwhiringa tatau te whai au ki te ao marama ti hei wā mauri ora. Tuatahi, ka tika te mihi atu ki tō tātou matua i te rangi, nāna te timatanga me te hakamutunga o ngā mea katoa. Tōrua ki tō tātou kingi a kingi tū heitia me tōna hoa rangatira pai mārere kia rātou. Ki ngā mate ko wehe atu ki te pō, moi mai rā. Kia koutou te honga ora, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou katoa. E te rangatira a matua Alf, no ngāpuhi koe, no reira tēnei te mihi ki a koe, mālole soifua. E ngā kai kaunihira no te rohi o Waitakere, a Linda, Shane, a tēnā kōrua. Kia ora councillors and members of the Independent Māori Statutory Board. My name is Dr. Will Flavel. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of the Henderson Massey Local Board. I'm supported by my colleague here, by my side member Brooke Loader. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge why we are here. An important objective of the Henderson Massey Local Board is to significantly improve Māori outcomes, and this is reflected in our local board plan. Our continued implementation of the Waitakere ki toa, which included employing our kai whakahaere, and I acknowledge Papa Novi Marikina and his role included strengthening Māori relationships in our community and also strengthening Māori representation across the 3 West Auckland local boards. The first item that I will speak to is additional regional funding needed to support the Waitangi at Hoani event. The Waitangi e Hoani event is the single largest attended Waitangi event in the country. This year it was reported that 40,000 people attended the event. This is up from 35,000 people in 2019. I remember in 2014, which was my first year elected to the local board, there was an attendance of perhaps 2,000 people. So this event has grown significantly. It was also reported that a third that attended this year's event came outside of the 3 West Auckland local board areas. The event had 70% females attending the event, and just under 60% were Māori that attended this event. This event also showcases Māori artists, tertiary providers, youth organisations, and it allocates safe spaces for our kaumātua and our kuia to enjoy the whānau day out in shade and comfort. This is also an event where mums can bring their tamariki to enjoy. This event also provided the 3 local boards to question and survey our local communities by getting their feedback on questions such as, what do you like about your community? What do you think is missing? And what would you do to improve the community? This event is an opportunity for Auckland Council to gain feedback on a number of local issues for West Aucklanders. So the reason why I'm here today is because my colleague, Member Vanessa Neeson, who cannot be here with us today, in December last year, Member Neeson moved the motion to request additional regional funding to support this Waitangi event. At the time, she spoke about the substantial growth and value to Māori and the wider community regarding this event. The board fully supported additional regional funding. We want to support Te Whānau o Waiparira and Te Marae o Hoane Waititi in ensuring they get the necessary Auckland Council funding. I see in the recommendations that this committee recommends that we apply for additional funding through the long-term plan. I was also present at the Chairs Forum on Monday afternoon, and Ngā Matarai spoke about their Māori outcomes funding, which I think the board could also possibly investigate that particular funding. Mr. Chair, that is my segment regarding Te Atatu Marae. I also have my segment regarding the Hoane Waititi event. I'm happy to go to the second part, which is the Te Atatu Marae, or would you like me to wait?
If you wait for the next one as well, we'll deal with this notice of motion and the agenda item number 8. And then when we get to the next item, we'll then get you to go before the officers with Te Atatu Marae, before the officers end up reporting. We will get both you and Brooke to come through.
Cool, noted, thank you.
Kia ora. Councillor Henderson.
Sorry, just a question and a brief comment, Matua. Do you want me to run it all together, or?
Kappai with these ones. Then,
yeah, cool. Awesome. Just to comment first, I'll just sort of point out to colleagues that, this isn't actually a unique situation, I'm sure, where we've got an event that is so successful, that's been funded by our local boards, that then becomes almost a victim of its own success, because local boards struggle to fund something that has such a huge regional importance as this one does. So my question, given that we have 40,000 people coming from not just across the region, but even outside of Auckland, and you guys should go see it if you haven't, it's beautiful, it's a fantastic event. But do you find that funding this sustainably is becoming difficult for the West Auckland local boards?
I'd like to begin by emphasising the sheer nature of this event. This is colossal in its size. It brings together community organisations, it brings together our schools, our whānau, our Māori community, not just from West Auckland, but from across Tamaki Makaurau. We have been trying to work with our other local boards to try and strengthen the approach towards funding this event. And looking at the location of Hoane Waititi Marae as well, it's right on the border of our Henderson Massey local board boundary as well. So we do naturally cross over into other local board areas with this. But going back to the question, yes, we are having difficulty sourcing funding for the event as a local board. I'm aware that the funding sources have been approached by Hoane Waititi event itself. So this, in terms of its long-term sustainability, isn't something that would be simply propped up by Auckland Council, but it's really collaborative in terms of that funding approach. But yes, long story short, difficulty accessing funding. That's why we're here today.
Kia ora. Councillor Cooper. Yeah.
Tēnā kōrua. Thanks for coming along, and I absolutely support your ask. Just do all the 3 local boards contribute? Fo, Waitakaru Rangers as well as you?
Yes.
Kia ora.
Ka pai. So look, we're just going to add a recommendation. Oh, Councillor Mulholland.
Kia ora, Chair. Thanks. I have actually been, as you know, for a number of years to the event, and I am fully supportive of the event and was fully supportive in last term as a chair. Have you considered asking the other local boards to increase the amount they contribute? Because whilst we have had an emergency budget, this is part of the process and the plans that are in place, I know, particularly for FO, to increase their funding. I believe it's sat at about 5. And so have you asked them to increase the level of funding to support the event?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Mulholland. So, first of all, I acknowledge the other 2 local boards because we've all put in money to support this from a local board perspective, but we have to remind ourselves that this is a regional event now, and we see that through the large numbers that are coming from outside of the West Auckland region. No doubt we will meet with the other local boards to talk about where the plan is for this particular event alongside Te Whānau Waipareta. We understand there could be complications next year regarding the COVID-19 effect, and so yeah, so we will speak with them very soon. But thank you for your question.
And in addition to that, just looking at the way that this event has grown over the years, it's got such a momentum now, and it's just getting bigger, and it's a really great way for Auckland to showcase its Māori community, not just within Auckland, but as a nationwide event that can draw people from outside of Auckland as well. After speaking with the organisers around this, they are aware that they can hold an event with less funds, etc. But of course, with less funds means less capacity to be able to continue that same momentum and growing.
Councillor Darby, and I think you'll be the last question comment.
Kia ora. Just in terms of, I can see the local board funding. Is there other complementary funding like the Waipareta? They're managing it. It's at their place. It's not their place. Okay, I'm getting. But so are they putting money into it? Who are the other complementary funders, or is it exclusively council?
So Te Whānau Waipareta pay the substantial amounts for this particular event, but I think in terms of the gesture from Auckland Council, the local boards have paid every year since 2013, and we understand by the statistics that this is now a fully functioning regional event. Therefore, we are here to support this as now a regional event for in West Auckland.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense of if there are complementary funders other than just Auckland Council, you know, so that we can get a sense of leverage, that's all. It's in this COVID world budget. Yeah.
Ka pai. So again, thank you to you both. So Councillor Henderson, as well as Councillor Cooper, this particular agenda item, and we've included both yourselves to be thanked for your presentation. So it's been moved and seconded. I am going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against? No. Yeah, no problems at all. Okay. Passed. So, thank you. Now, in regards to this next item, and before we get to the next item, it'll be local board input. First, before item 9 and the staff come through. What I do, however, am going to do is that Councillor Cooper and Councillor Henderson wish to move and second the item, which is Te Atatu Marae. But I'm going to invite both again the Deputy Chair and Member Loader to speak Tēnā kōrua.
E te tia mana tēnā koe anō. Tuatahi ka tika mihi atu ki ngā rangatira I hāpai ana I tēnei kaupapa nui, nei ki atu I ngā tau toru te kau, e whawhai ana te hāpori Māori kia whakatū E tētahi marae I runga I te whenua o Orangihina Harbour View. I acknowledge that this has been a 30-year fight for local Māori in Te Atatu to ensure that there is a whare that represents their cultural aspirations and their culture on the Orangihina Harbour View land in Te Atatu Peninsula. I also acknowledge our current leaders, and some of them are sitting behind me, who continue to realise the potential of what a marae will mean for not only many of our Māori whānau, but also our wider community. It is the most asked question of me, when will we see a marae built in Te Atatu Peninsula? As you know, a resolution was passed in the early Waitakere Council days, and I acknowledge wahine toa like Penny Hulse and Janet Clues as I see their names on the resolutions supporting 2.5 hectares of land for the purpose of a marae space. I acknowledge my former colleague Paula Bald-Wilson. I acknowledge the current councillor Shane Henderson, Linda Cooper, for their support in this and for the purpose of a marae space. So, as we all perhaps know by reading the agenda, that this was disrupted when descendants of the historical owners of the land came forward to claim ownership pursuant to the Public Works Act 1981, resulting in 11 years of litigation that concluded in the Supreme Court. This claim was unsuccessful in March 2016. My understanding is that the Te Atatu Marae Coalition agreed to progress with a long-term lease as an interim measure prior to converting it to Māori reservation in the future. Our role as local board members is to support the mana of the Te Atatu Marae Coalition and the committee to support their dreams and cultural aspirations of our Māori communities. I would like to comment that the community attitudes have positively changed in the Te Atatu area. For example, we are seeing more adults, especially non-Māori adults, learning te reo Māori in our area, and no doubt the establishment of the marae will provide further opportunities for learning te reo Māori and tikanga Māori. Kia ora tātou.
Yes, the vision is to see Te Atatu Marae as a place of belonging for all Māori, for tangata whenua, for matawaka. It's a place where the whole community can come together to celebrate in our grand Matariki Festival like we had last year. It'll be a place where we can come together in ways to support our environmental and climate change initiatives. Already we've seen through the Te Atatu Marae work, Te Tai Ao collective coming together to assist with improving our environmental outcomes here in Henderson Massey. So this is really a dream that's been a long time coming, and we'd like to acknowledge everybody who's brought it to this point, and we just can't wait for this to be realised.
Tēnā kōrua. Komotuna, kokorio. Look, I've got questions and comments at the same time in regards to these two because of our local board input. So, Councillor Henderson.
Comment if I may, Matua. I suppose a cheeky question first. How do I say at last in Te Reo Māori? I'm putting you on the spot. Tautoko. Thank you. Tautoko. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I want to acknowledge all the kaumātua and kuria involved. I don't want to name some people, although it's dangerous waters when you start naming people. But Carolyn, I want to acknowledge Matua Blue. I remember one of our public meetings, you were very challenging to me, which you were right to do that. Well done. Thanks for your passion. David Taninui, Jack and Mihi Te Huia, Ray Thompson, I see Ian Wood there too. G'day, kia ora. Aroha mai if I've forgotten any names, but all the kaumātua kuria involved. There's hundreds that have been involved and got their hands dirty on this kaupapa. So as Deputy Chair said, this goes back many, many decades. The land designation itself has been in place since 2002. Upon which the land was immediately caught up in a legal battle, and it's only just been resolved recently. It's situated on a beautiful piece of land in Te Atatu that is ecologically and socially significant, and this marae will enhance that land with the kaitiakitanga that is of primary importance to the Marae Trust and local Māori whānau. The marae has been a goal for generations of Māori and a hope for them, for their whānau as well, and when constructed it will be life-changing for many. It will form a spiritual home and a place to awhi people that need it, and a place for joy and celebration for all residents of West Auckland, not just Māori. I'm reminded of the whakatauki, kawa e mate, wheke mate ururoa. Don't die like an octopus, die like a hammerhead shark. In other words, don't give up. Fight and fight and fight to the end, no matter how hard the struggle is. I think the struggle for a marae in Te Aratu is an inspiration for Māori and for all Aucklanders, that when you have an idea and a passion and you want to improve your community, don't give up. I'm also reminded of the Chesdale cheese ads. Good things take time. I'm wrapping up, Matua. There is still so much more to be done, but I commend this motion absolutely, and I would encourage everyone around here to support it unanimously. From here, we get this lease done, we get that marae into the ground, we explore further what the Te Aratu Marae Coalition's desires are, and this will kick a wonderful thing into motion, and soon enough, I hope it'll be time to build, build, build. Thank you. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe, Councillor Henderson. Look, I just wanted to point out that this is only the local board input. Our staff is still to report. This is only local board input, so I mean, I'll
do it again, Matua.
Yeah, well, that's why I thought I mentioned it now, just in case we get a repeat when Fire Jane comes up to actually do the report. So. Yeah, so this is just the local board. Are there any questions for the local board? And then I get Fire Jane.
Sorry, Matua, I thought we were at the item that, because my colleague was so prolific there, so we're actually not at the item yet. Cool.
That's why I pointed out, you got any questions for the local board? And then we'll get Fire Jane. That's why I explained at the beginning, but kapai. So if there's no questions until the report, yeah, no, and this is why for now I'm going to then ask the local board to then go back and just have a seat, and then we'll get Fire Jane to go through the report. Just so much easier than having two recommendations, one for the local board input and then one for this. So, tēnā kōrua, thank you so much, and then I will just get Fire Jane to come through now. And then we can go through the report, and then we'll get the comments and questions. Tēnā kōrua.
Tēnā koutou.
Ai, ka pai. Tēnā koe whaia. Ngā mihi ki a koe nā. And Jane, just look, thank you so much for the mahi. Not only you, but your predecessors have done right through this whole process. And I know that Dr. Flavel ended up mentioning the people from the days, but at least now with you, we can acknowledge him. He also acknowledged some of the whānau that are there from there. And so, look, I just want to mihi kia koutou katoa e te whānau. So if you wanted to mention them, Jane, aroha mai, I would leave it to you. So it is now moved and seconded, is now on the table. Kia ora nā.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou katoa, ngā rangatira o tēnei committee, tēnā kōrua, ngā mema o te poari o te rohi, Henderson Massey, and tēnā koutou, ngā community of Te Atatu Marae. Kia ora. As you've said, Mr. Chairman, I think the item's already been somewhat spoken to, but what I'd like to be able to do is actually just paint a picture, because I think the opportunity, you've obviously understood that there's been an extensive history and a lot of people have fought very hard, but it's been some time since it's come forward to this committee. So just a few slides here to help paint a picture and place us, I suppose, in the rohi of Te Atatu. So a lot of this is in the report, but in brief you can see the extensive history that has gone before in relation to the area of whenua called Orangahina Harbourview Reserve. And as you'll note, particularly from 2000, there was significant commitments given by the Waitakere City Council and a significant number of obstacles put in the way that has caused the delays that we've already heard about today. Just to paint that picture, so this is an extract from the Harbourview Orangahina Park Master Plan, adopted in February 2019. It is clearly showing the commitment and the footprint for the marae, which is at that southern end of the park that is currently occupied by ponies. Showing here the unitary plan, this was a significant milestone in the historic journey. This unitary plan zoning was able to be confirmed after that High Court ruling that put to rest the claims from the former owners. So it's clearly provided for in a regulatory sense. There are no regulatory obstacles to a marae being developed in this 2.4 hectare grey section at the bottom of that picture. The marae have done the Marae Coalition Trust acknowledge the extensive work they've done over the many, many years, and in particular the development plan that was completed in July 2019 had some beautiful images, so it just helps paint that picture a little bit further around how the aspiration may be realised. It's an extensive and beautiful, soft placement on the landscape that really talks to the importance of the whenua and the moana and its location. So here's just another entrance to show arriving into the marae in terms of their conceptual plans at this stage. And really that's all from the point of view of the presentation, and this just takes us to the purpose of the report, which I will take as read. And really those three key resolutions are around making sure that we make the Waitakere City Council resolutions, which this Auckland Council have inherited, fit for purpose for the aspirations of the Marae Coalition Trust today, to support the Henderson Massey's board's aspirations, and to observe particularly the Marae Coalition's long-term aspiration to still seek a Māori reservation under the Te Ture Whenua Act. If this is passed today, I've noted there the next steps. This is this is more or less a procedural item. It's to tidy up historic resolutions. The actual work to progress the lease will be passed back to the Henderson Massey Local Board. Through the absent chair, I'm happy to take questions.
Are there any questions? Sorry. Councillor Cooper is first. Sorry.
No, it's not a question. I just reserve my right to close the debate as the mover. Did he hear that? No. Not a question, Mr. Chair. Just reserve my right to close the debate as the mover.
My humble apologies. I just needed to ask one of our kaumātua if he would say a karakia after this. That's why. So my humble apologies, boss lady. So look, Councillor Cooper will close the debate. So I've got Matua Kake.
Tuatahi nei rā te karamihi atu kia koutou katoa i ngā mana, i ngā reo, i ngā rauranga tira mā o te takiwā nei o te wānui a tāne, no reira tēnā koutou. My question really is just a couple of quick things. So if the lease was to when it eventuates, when it happens, who will the lease actually be with, and what's the proposed term of the lease, and is there rights of renewal?
Kia ora. So through the chair, the report outlines the options available to the Henderson Massey Local Board when they come to consider this, and that includes the standard typical lease of 10 plus 10 years, but it acknowledges, because of all of the significance that we've gone before, actually a maximum term of 34 years, 364 days is possible to be granted by the Henderson Massey Local Board. I think that answers one part of your question. Sorry, can you just repeat the second part?
Well, I was hoping to hear that, basically 33 years, which is, I understand other marae around the Tamaki Makaurau enjoy, including my one that I look after at Papakura. So there's precedent, there's reference, which is, we're on council land as well. So, no, I wanted to hear that, 33 years basically, or short one day, or more, but, and that, the right of renewal in those contracts is important too. Kapai?
Okay, Councillor Henderson, you got if you just wanted to wrap that up before Councillor Cooper.
I'll defer to my learned colleague, Councillor Cooper. I think I've said my piece. Thank you.
Just before Councillor Cooper, Matua Muk.
Kia ora tātou. Nā mihi aku I rangatira e koro mai kui mā nā mihi mahana ki a koutou katoa me kōrua hoki e wahinema, ngā mihi ki a koutou katoa. Jane, is there any provision or thinking around the support when we do get the 30-odd year lease? We don't want council and local board to drop everyone into it. So is there ongoing support? What's the local board's thoughts in and around supporting it if this does go ahead and it does prevail? So is there support mechanisms in place to actually help our whānau and their committee move forward into the future?
Aye, so the probably multiple strands of support, if I just briefly touch on them. First and foremost, obviously financial support is one of the things that the marae have been actively working with the council as a whole, and acknowledge the Safety Committee has previously granted the marae a Cultural Initiatives Fund grant, and there's still a reasonable amount of that available to the marae to spend this year, and we have further funding streams available in the future to support the marae. In terms of the commitment from this council to the Kia ora Tāmaki Makaurau, our performance management framework, Kia ora Te Marae is a significant outcome within that, and there is both staff and the thinking in order to put the infrastructure in place to make sure that there is people resource in place to tautoko the kaupapa as it goes through. There is also an acknowledgement that there'll be different aspects to the marae's needs over time, including connection with the whenua. So this is located within a park, and actually entering in through the park into the marae precinct will need investment as well, and so that's about the relationship with the local board park development. So that's something the local board are considering, as I understand it, in the current financial year.
Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora, Councillor Cooper, to close off the debate. Kia ora.
Kia ora, and I haven't written anything down because I hope that what I say comes from the heart, and I want to acknowledge the people that have passed as well along this journey, like Jack Tahuia and others who put their heart and soul and actually their reputation in the community. There's been ups and downs for this for many years. There's been pain, and now I hope there will be joy. And I've been involved in this since 2004, coming onto the council and even acknowledging that some councillors lost their jobs over this. It was so contentious and so fraught and horrible sometimes, and I want to acknowledge what people went through. But now I see in Te Atatu that people have changed, and I think we've grown up as a country and as a community around our attitude to having Māori have their rightful place on the whenua. And I want to acknowledge you, David, Papa Blue, Melba, my lovely Melba, and Mihi Tahuia, people we've worked with over many years, and just the araha I feel for you and the admiration that you just kept going, you know? Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm terrible. I'm gonna miss names. I'm gonna do that. But everybody who's been involved is being to me an inspiration, and I'm so proud to represent you. And I hope that you be worthy sometimes of that. But today, and for my always hope was that you could have that land as your own. It's only 2.5 hectares in a 75-hectare park. We already built part of the entry road to it quite a long time ago. But I also see Michael Coote here today too, who I know he is kaitiaki of the bird life, the flora and fauna of the area too. And I hope that, Michael, you can work with our Te Atatu coalition to keep protecting that area. And I know that's what they want to do as well. It's really important to us. We have some very special wading birds and flora and fauna there. So for me, I wish you could just have that land. For me, it would have been great. Just take it, it's yours. We changed the district plan in 2002, and then I went through all that pain of the challenges and all of that along with you. But I just want to acknowledge you, that you kept going, and you will always have my support, because this is the right thing to do. You'll rightly take your place. And I look forward to the day that we can all be there at, when that marae opens. And I'll probably have the gold card, but that's okay, I'll catch the bus and it'll be free and we'll all be there together. So kia ora, and I commend this to every councillor. This is the right thing to do. Kia ora.
So I'm going to put the recommendation that has been moved by Councillor Cooper and seconded by Councillor Henderson. Once that is passed, I'm then going to invite Dr. Flavel to have, yeah, okay. And we'll finish this particular item because it is a long time coming.
So we need to thank the local board for bringing this through as well, actually.
Yeah, no, they have been thanked. Yeah, kapai. So I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Passed. So Matua, if you could come through, because this is significant, just to sort of mihi karakia, and then we'll move on to our item. Jane, thank you so much for that, the mahi, you and the predecessors. Kia ora nā, Dr. Flavel.
A tēnā koe te tiamana. Hei whakakapi tō tātou hui te ahiahi nei. Ka tika te mihi atu e raurangatira mā mō tō koutou tautoko e pāna ki te whakatū o tētahi marae I runga I te whenua o Rangihina. Nō reira mihi atu ki a koutou, mihi atu ki ngā tangata e tuana ki konei, te hāpori o Te Atatu Peninsula. Me kareke tātou, ko mutu a mātou mahi mō tēnei wā, manakitia mai mātou katoa, o mātou hoa, o mātou whānau, ai o ki te aorangi, kia ora.
Just to our committee, look, thank you so much for your patience. But look, it's done. So look, thank you. Before we move on to item 10, I just want to acknowledge member Nursa Henry from our Keketa local board, and congratulations from all of us. Kia ora. Okay, then now we move into item 10, and Tracy. Item 10 is, and Justine, this is the Community Facilities Network Plan Action and the Progress Report. So I will move in the first instance if somebody second this particular one.
Aye.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Councillor Casey and tēnā kōrua.
Oh, thank you.
Kia ora tātou. I'd like to acknowledge the Mayor, the Chair and elected members, and the Director of Customer and Community Services here today, and also members of the IMSB. Kia ora. We are here to provide a progress update on the Community Facilities Network Plan Action Plan. The recommendation is that you receive the report, so it's quite straightforward. We have a brief presentation to share. It's up on the screen. This is a summary of Attachment A, and Attachment A is the summary of the report, so it's a summary of a summary, and we will be brief. If it's okay with you, we will go through the presentation and take questions at the end. That's okay? Yep. The Community Facilities Network Plan was adopted in 2015. The scope of the plan includes 5 types of community facilities: arts and culture, community centres, libraries, pools and leisure, and venues for hire. The companion action plan to the network plan outlines and prioritises the projects that will be undertaken to give effect to the aspiration of the network plan. Every 3 years, the action plan is reviewed and updated to recognise progress, review priorities of existing actions, and assess potential new actions. In April 2019, the Environment and Community Committee approved the revised action plan. We have a commitment to report regularly to committee on the action plan. The revised action plan was adopted in 2019 in April. We did have a report ready in April to come, and then we went into lockdown. So here we are with the annual update in October. Since the network plan and its first action plan was adopted in 2015, we've followed through on our commitment to focusing resources on a mandated program of work, and that's evidenced by the progress we've made. The focus of our work continues to be guided by the priorities in the action plan in this constrained environment, which has been brought about by the impact of COVID-19 and the resulting economic slowdown. Our community facility network is variable in distribution and quality due to historic development patterns and investment. Having a roadmap for investment in community facilities and an approved set of priorities through the action plan enables us to be strategic in our approach to provision. To ensure we get the most value from investment, investigation of actions follow a consistent approach with a primary focus on identifying and understanding customer reach and impact, alongside consideration of network provision, growth and demographics. This is to ensure we understand the options available to deliver a service, and that any investment in facilities effectively delivers on the service requirements of communities. Priority area-based actions support a focus of effort on Council's commitment to ensuring existing assets are fit for service. And these actions also help us to respond to growth and potential gaps in the network. Determining customer need is a first step in all our investigations, rather than an assumption that facility provision is required. So understanding community needs can identify ways of delivering services that reduce reliance on capital investment. A good example of this is an action related to that was in the Waitemata Local Board area, and it was the action involved investigating options for an asset that wasn't in service, to bring it into the service portfolio, and the result of the investigation was not that a new asset was needed, but that perhaps access to more space would provide those services, and the result of that was an independent creative spaces broker to help people access space rather than adding an asset to the network. The other thing that we try to do in implementing the action plan is to align our investigations with development opportunities to help reduce the impact on rates, and an example of that is Mangakiki Tāmaki Local Board area. We're working with Panuku Development and Tāmaki Regeneration Company to explore options such as optimisation as a primary funding source for delivery of services. Our work on the Community Facilities Network Plan Action Plan has confirmed 5 actions that require investment consideration for the community portfolio. As outlined in this table here, these items will be considered as part of the 2021 to 2031 long-term plan. That's the presentation.
Justine, anything from you? No?
I think so.
No, kapai. So I'm going to open it up for questions only and then comments, and especially with this particular item. Councillor Mulholland first, and then Councillor Cooper.
Kia ora, Chair, and I'd like to acknowledge the staff. We are familiar with each other. My question, and I just would like to preface it with a little bit of information so that we're clear on what my question is. Attachment B for your records, page 53, faux projects. I do realise that there has been significant work done by the staff, and of course I'm a great supporter of caring for our community and ensuring that we do the best that we can, and given the economic climate, but also to ensure that our community have great facilities because they are well used in Tamaki Makaurau. So I'll just have it on record prior to my question, Chair, that I object to the word pending for the Whailoka Board aquatic facility, because it goes without saying I do need to do that for the amount of time and energy many people have put into that. And I would just refer also to the old Waitakere days where they worked tirelessly to try to get an aquatic and leisure facility, which would be a regional facility. So just going to the side, posed a couple of questions for the information of people and for the public that may be interested. What were the page 53 pending action result from item 122 and action resulting from 123? I acknowledge, Tracy, kia ora, thank you for your answer, I really appreciate it, but I think it's important public understand that it relates to the graphs that are in the red box in attachment A, and of course I'm very, very grateful for the work that's continuing at Avondale that has been underway for some time and well deserved and needed in the community. You also highlight the reason that it's in progress is given the situation of the budget, which we all understand, and the economic slowdown. I haven't seen it in the housing market, but anyway, maybe I've got it a bit wrong there. And of course the ollies, which affects everyone. So I agree that, and I accept those. However, my question is, and I think it's really important because the public in our area, the whole of the area, have been, working on this for some time, and we've had substantial submissions on this particular piece of work. Have you taken into consideration the offer from the Avondale Racecourse with regards to, and I'm very clear on that, and it hasn't been made public, those letters, but have you given any consideration as to the potential opportunity to work alongside the Avondale Jockey Club with regards to land and being able to progress this facility? So we need to be mindful that there are aspects of that, of course, in confidentiality, Chair, but I understand there is an opportunity, and has it been taken into consideration to come to this decision of pending? Kia ora, thank you.
Kia ora, through the Chair, thank you for the question. With regards to the Whau Aquatic Centre, we are working with Panuku and with Community and Social Policy to understand what the options are in terms of location for the Whau Aquatic Centre, and that does include Avondale. At the moment, the status of pending is merely reflecting the decision through the emergency budget that the OLI won't be progressed in this financial year, but when we're able to pick it back up again, that we will continue on consideration of locations.
You're a supplementary, Chair. Can you just advise me, please, and I am asking for your assistance and guidance on this, given standing orders, how can I note, that I would rather see it move from pending to action? Can I have a notation on that? Could you just guide me, please, on that? Just so the public are aware that the people of the Whau and hopefully the other board areas strongly support this progressing. Can you give me advice on that? Can we note it? How does that work under standing orders?
at this stage, the advice in regards to that is no. But I think from our perspective anyway, it's taken on board in regards to it. So the noting itself won't end up happening. But I think again in regards to anything that relates to projects that have been pushed into the next 2 years is to end up going through again, and I don't want to put it on Councillor Simpson or Henderson, but those discussions will end up moving forward around it.
Kia ora, Chair. I've already indicated that to the Chair of Finance that I'd like it to progress. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cooper and then Watson on questions, please.
Maybe similar question to Councillor Mulholland. So I do now understand that it's pending doesn't mean it's yes or no, it's just put off for a while. Has there been consideration given to placing the pool in the faux local or the faux ward on that sort of border of different local, like Albert Eden? Because I'm just looking at, what I'm looking at is the Mount Albert pool that now is not fit for purpose. Just seems interesting to me. You wouldn't put one in Mount Albert and then put one in Avondale and New Lynn, too close. So has there been consideration of having the faux pool be the catchment for that wider area like Mount Albert as well? Because it is right next door. Just as the northwest one will be for Upper Harbour, Rodney and Henderson Massey.
Would you like me to answer through the chair? Thank you for the question. When we commence the location analysis, that will be part of that process, is understanding the implications on the network. So that work's not underway at the moment, but it certainly will be taken into account, just like our colleagues in community and social policy consider the network impact when they're doing the work on the
So you look at it at a kind of a sub-regional...
At a network level.
Thank you.
And Justine, just to answer, man, don't need to, yeah. I just go ahead. Councillor Watson and Councillor Koo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, my question comes as part of this commentary on the constrained environment too, and particularly the little list of actions that have been identified for investment over this long-term plan that's coming up, and it goes to the flexibility that we're adopting and the kind of cross-council family discussions that I assume that are taking place. And if I just take the example of the Albany Village Library, which is incredibly constrained, and with the, as you'll be well aware, so do we, in instances like that, look at existing council facilities? And I think in this instance, like something like the stadium, Albany Stadium, which is basically the centre of the hub that's developed there with the recreation centre and the pool and all the rest of it. So do we do that? Do we look at existing facilities that just would require a fit out and you're off?
Kia ora, through the chair, thanks for the question. Yes, we do look at existing council facilities. We go through quite a broad process when we determine that a facility is required to understand what the options are within the council asset base and on the market, but we also really importantly consider other options with regards to leasing as well. So we're quite open-minded to start with, and a key factor is to consider the best location to meet the service requirements and to make sure that that service is fully accessible to the community.
So location comes first and foremost. Okay. So at the moment, just to continue that theme, we're engaged in a pretty comprehensive asset sale program, and I think of instances if we're talking about libraries where there's incredibly constrained libraries. We know the library is now best part of $30 million if you build a new library. There'll probably be more now. That was the last one. So in an instance where we're selling council-owned facilities, and I'm thinking here like the Orewa council offices. Just along the road, there's a library that's, way past its use-by date. Council's going to have to invest a lot of money, basically in a new one, or come up with a new lease. Are you consulted in terms of then ready-made solutions? So we sold that for $15 million. To build a new library is going to be at least double that. It could very easily have been converted. So is your part of council involved in these asset sales that come along from time to time? Because it doesn't seem to be too apparent on the ground when I look at that startling example, at least.
Thank you, through the chair. So I can speak specifically, I guess, to Orewa Library so yes, we work a lot with our corporate property colleagues. We also do a lot of work with Panuku to understand their program of work and make sure that we've got good alignment. As Tracy said, that presents opportunities for us to consider. So it's really important that we're well in sync in terms of the work that we're doing. There is work underway looking at Orewa Library at the moment, and that's also looking to consider the Orewa Community Centre as well. And as Tracy signalled earlier, one of the important things that we're looking at through that work is how we can apply optimisation to try and make sure that we're reducing the impact on rates as much as possible. So where we have those opportunities, we certainly look into them.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair, and I think that's a very valid point for us to consider going forward, and I'll certainly be referring that when it comes to the Sports Investment Fund, because in a number of instances we have existing facilities that can very easily be converted. We can't convert them when we sell them.
Yep, no problems at all. And Councillor Coombe, and we've got 6 others after that.
Kia ora mātua, tēnā korua. I'm trying to make sense of the climate impact statement. And if I understand correctly, I appreciate that this is a progress report around an action plan and it's guiding our investment priorities. So I don't understand, well, my question is, how is it possible that there can be no identified climate implications for the delivery of the action plan investigations when applying a climate lens needs to be done to all our activities? We identify as a climate emergency, we now have a climate plan. So doesn't there need to be a whole sense check in terms of, is the action plan properly aligned before we get to the second stage, which is saying that we won't do a climate impact assessment until we get to the actual development of the business case? Isn't that too late? We should be doing it in terms of an input into our prioritisation. So that might be a question for Claudia as well.
Kia ora, through the chair. So I guess what we're trying to signal is that the network plan, action plan, signals really early investigations. So what we're saying is the plan in itself doesn't have any climate impact, but on every initiative that we're looking at, we consider all impacts, including climate. The plan also really importantly signals a commitment to looking after our existing network, and that's based on a fundamental assumption that actually we need to manage our investment really well in what we've already got and make sure that we're creating a sustainable network. So our initiatives and our investigation into those initiatives definitely prioritise that. So the implication section of the report is signalling that the plan in itself doesn't have a climate impact, but the initiatives that result from the plan do. Does that help?
Not really, because my question is, why would we not re-evaluate whether the action plan is fit for purpose now that we've declared a climate emergency?
Sorry, thank you for the clarification. So the network plan was adopted in 2015 and it was signalled then that it was due for review within 5 years, so that's around now. So we'll be working with our community and social policy colleagues to look at planning that on the work program, and that is a perfect opportunity for that to be taken into account.
Thank you, and I guess the point I'm making is that there can't not be any climate implications. There has to be. At every point in our decision making there are implications.
Absolutely.
Because it will down the track. So I think that just needs to be clarified in terms of the report.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
We got Councillor Walker, Matuakake, and 4 others. Questions?
Hi there. So I'm just looking at attachment A, and there's a bundle of graphs, and within the graphs there's a bundle of numbers, but there's no indication of what the numbers represent. I'm assuming that the numbers represent number of actions or the like. Is that correct? Okay. And my further assumption is that those number of actions relate to specific items that underpin this. So is that information available? So it's possible to, track back and look at the number of items in a particular local board area and then just see what they are.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The attachment B has got the full list of actions in it.
Okay, so those actions relate to the numbers that are in
Exactly relate. So the graphs are drawn from that. Basically, that action plan's been ingested into an Excel sheet, and the graphs have spat out and gone into the presentation.
Okay. The other issue that I'll raise is really just endorsing the comment that my fellow councillor made around the sale of the Rewa offices, which would have made a wonderful library, plenty of parking, incredibly cheaply. So I don't know whether it was investigated to the degree that it would and could have been, but anyway, let's leave that. The other question I've got just goes to page 28, where we've got a scope of facilities, and it's identifying 5 types of community facilities: arts and culture, community centres, libraries, pool and leisure centres, and venues for hire. And the aspect that concerns me that I continue to raise is around the lack of a civic strategy on the part of council. The significance of that is that we are dismembering the civic locations of the legacy councils. So, for example, we've sold the Rewa council offices, which was the location that people within a wider community met to engage. The only facility that we may be left with within the region may well be the Aotea Centre in terms of a civic gathering place for Aucklanders, and that's not always relevant when people sometimes want to meet locally around issues. Sometimes there are community halls that are available, but often they do not exist. So I'm just asking the question, or raising the issue, that there's another component that's actually inherent in this list that is a very traditional component. It goes back thousands of years to village squares, community places for people to meet, to gather. It goes to civic strategies that go to civic education, people voting, a whole range of things. So I'm just raising that issue with officers. Is there any consideration around that in how we prioritise things and make decisions?
Kia ora,
Around
through the
facilities?
chair, thank you for the question. So the open space provision policy covers civic spaces. So that's outside the scope of this plan, but is included within the open space provision policy guidelines.
Thank you, Justine. Matuakake.
Kia ora, korua. I've got 3 quick questions through the chair. And it's in the context of really, when I understand that this is a progress report, kapai, but it's also an opportunity to reset the thinking from my perspective. And one of the things I'd like to really hear from you is how will Māori needs and aspirations be realised through this action plan going forward? That's the first question. The second question is, where in your facilities plan do you give effect to marae? I just heard my learned friend over there, Councillor Walker, talk about those 4 or 5 categories. Marae fit all of those.
Same concept.
So it's the same kind of context of community versus, or are we really talking about council-owned? Council-owned. So just, when you put up a community facilities network plan, it's the katoa from my perspective. So let's reset potentially. So that's the second question. Where in your facilities plan do you give effect to marae? In support of the previous item as well, in terms of the potential that we could have through that. And the third question is, do you ever think marae might be considered in your facilities action plan going forward? Kia ora.
Kia ora, through the chair, and thank you for the question. So currently the scope of the network plan is defined as Tracy outlined earlier. I do acknowledge that I think last time we presented our progress report, I received a similar question regarding marae, and acknowledge that the answer at the time was pretty much the same as what I need to say now, which is it's not currently included within the plan. I think really importantly, obviously through the Kia ora Tamaki Makaurau, the emphasis on marae outcomes through that framework is definitely acknowledged and really important, and the Marae Infrastructure Fund gives the opportunity to support that marae development in that sense. But the way in which marae is acknowledged through the plan perhaps can be considered more fully, I guess, in the next review rather than in the action plan progress report. So hopefully that won't be too far off, and absolutely acknowledge there's an opportunity there.
Sorry, Justin, the three that he asked, that's all covered in that response?
I think so, but I'd like to check. There's perhaps something I've left
kind of. It's again, it's the same old. Puts us into that small pūtea of access to funds as they're dribbled out, as opposed to a part of a bigger plan. In terms of, you know, when you compare the budget of libraries and the maintenance, the upgrade, and the rebuild compared to what's available in the Marae Development Fund, for example, we're not even on the same page. So I'm looking to play the game a lot better in terms of advancing the interests of marae and Māori in this city.
Kia ora, and thank you for the extra comment. Just like to note, I completely understand what you're saying, just like to note that this plan itself actually has no specific funding allocated to it. So in that regard, every case that we have to investigate, we then make the case for that investment. So yes, but I acknowledge your comment. Thank you.
Ka pai. Councillor Hills, Henderson, and then Casey.
Kia ora, Chair. Just a quick question. I think I asked it last time. Just on the, and it may be too specific, so I'm happy to meet separately, but the Onipotu Āwhina is not on council land and has had a long history of, it was North Shore who stopped giving them a grant. It's a bit confusing, but there is investigated proving the facility to address growth, but it seems a bit at odds with the Northcote Community Facilities study, I guess, and what's happening with Panuku and Kāinga Ora and everything there. So I just wonder, it doesn't receive council funding, it's not on council land, it's not really providing a council-related service. I assume you've been working with the local board on that, but I don't have visibility over that. Just wonder why it's in here like that.
Kia ora, through the chair, thank you for the question. It's correct, we acknowledge it is a bit of an anomaly in the action plan, and just bearing in mind that the initial action plan was adopted in 2015 and some of these actions have carried through. But to just go back to the one of the earlier responses, which is around looking at network provision, now that we're looking at community needs in Northcote in relation to library, arts and culture and community services, we are able to actually look at all provision, and that's both council and non-council, to think about a suitable response. So in that way we consider what services does it provide for the community, rather than providing any recommendations on behalf of MOE around that facility. We will be looking at the services it provides.
And so any change to that would be, I assume, approved by the local board if there was sort of a agreement or funding or anything like that, I assume?
Yes, through the chair. So the project is being delivered and reported regularly to the local board, so that they are definitely part of that process so that when decisions come to them, they're fully briefed in terms of what the options are. But it's quite early stages at the moment, so the needs assessment is underway now, and the findings from those needs assessments will be presented to the local board in due course.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Casey.
When Councillor Cooper asked a question earlier, I felt like somebody was walking over my grave and I'm not yet in the earth. Institutional memory is a great thing. I support the Avondale Aquatic Centre and its new guys. It has my full support. I also have commitment after commitment after commitment from senior staff and resolutions at both committee and governing body level that say the Mount Albert Aquatic Centre is not fit for purpose and it will either be replaced on site or an alternative location found. That is within the Albert Eden ward, Councillor Cooper, not the Avondale pool, because that will start that whole debate all over again. So I was looking, my question is there a senior staffer in the room who can commit to that? Because that's what I understand to be true. Isn't it, Councillor Fletcher? Come on, you're all there, Graham.
If there's none, we can then take it to another committee.
It's not either or, it's both. It's not either or.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. He's doing his jacket up. Watch out.
Kia ora koutou, Pomare Lloyd Takawingoa. So through the chair, in answer to the question, the investigations see that they do not overlap. They have separate catchments.
Thank you. Councillor Casey, is that your comment and question done as well? Thank you. Question, His Worship the Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to try and create some financial context for this because each one of us as ward councillors is putting their bid in enthusiastically as we expect them to do. I'm trying to remember back to the briefing we got from our finance team. What is the estimated shortfall in our total budget for the 10-year plan for the upgrading of work on the 350 community facilities that we're talking about? Do we have a figure for that, just so we get some reality into our conversations?
Kia ora, through the chair, thank you for the question. So we are bringing that advice to the workshop with Finance and Performance on the 28th of October as part of the long-term plan discussions. And we will be able to clearly signal then the funding gap that we have for our existing facilities and the funding gap that exists for our aspiration of new facilities.
Okay, can you give us a ballpark figure now, rather than, we'll be sitting on the edge of our chairs until the end of October otherwise?
So we're just confirming those numbers at the moment, so I don't want to signal something incorrect. Everyone remembers a number once you mention a number.
Yeah, okay. No, look,
it's eye-watering though, and there's very many zeros.
We're talking about hundreds of millions, right?
We are.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Now, my second question is you've identified 5 areas here in your presentation requiring consideration through the 10-year budget. Does that mean they are your 5 priorities? I'm trying to understand the context of what, this is the Albany and Library, Leys Institute, Central Library, etc.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So those are the actions that have progressed far enough through a business case to conclude that investment in a community facility is required. Other actions have progressed and not come to that conclusion. So those are 5 instances of business cases where an option is for investment in a community facility, and they need to be considered through the long-term plan because funding doesn't currently exist for those facilities.
So you've done the work, but they're not necessarily your priorities, am I?
No, they are priorities.
They are your
they've
priorities.
Been progressed as priority actions in the plan.
I'll try my luck again on this one, and I know we've got figures for some of them because I recall the debate on the Central City Library. Can you just give us a bit of an outline of what the capital cost in each one of those 5 items might be?
So again, we can do that at the workshop on the 28th of October.
I feel like I'm being stonewalled.
I see you getting snowballed again. Point of order already.
So apologies, but yeah, we've been asked to cover that at the workshop. So they do vary significantly because they are different propositions for each of those items. And they are, as the table, I suppose, is trying to outline, they have very different drivers. So there's quite different considerations, I guess, for each of those items.
I'll try it another way. For each $100 of demand, how much have we got supply approximately? Would you guess? I won't hold you to this. It's just a guess. I mean, have we got are we talking about our ability to do 10% of this, 20% of it, 50% realistically? I'm desperate to try to make sure that we don't all crowd in on you and say we want this, we want this, we want this, knowing that we want this, but we're going to get that.
Yes.
So can you give us a bit of a sense of where we are on that? That's what I suspect, Chair of the Finance Committee. But
yes, kia ora through the Chair. Thank you very much for the question. That is what we are going to be signalling, essentially, is the significant gap that we have in terms of our investment requirement and our aspiration compared to what we have to work with. So it's going to be a challenging conversation, but I guess that workshop is the place where we're really keen to have that difficult conversation with you all.
So my only comment is, Mr. Chair, is let's make sure we keep our ambitions realistic here, because the truth is what we want is vastly in excess of what we're able to fund. And that we just got to deal with that reality.
So I will take you and Councillor Casey off the comments list. So I've got Councillor Fletcher, Darby, and then Henderson, and then hopefully, if there's any comments, I don't think there will be. But if there's any, we'll go to that. So, Councillor Fletcher, thank you.
Well, thank you. I mean, these are difficult issues, and they were difficult before COVID. So, I want to just ask, in light of the two earlier questions you had, the weighting that we've put in the community on the local board priority being 15%. I mean, that is after you have identified using the earlier criteria. I'm really interested to explore how those weightings will work, because there are obviously, in a geographical sense, there are cluster areas and then there are local board areas. So it's just to try and drill down and understand how that will be applied by officers. You know, once you've identified there's a need for whatever it is, just how you, and I really don't want to see these up for debate today, because they've all been accepted in the past, but just how, as officers, you will apply those weightings.
Kia ora through the Chair. Thank you for the question. So, as you've acknowledged, our assessment of new actions, which is not part of the exercise that we've done in order to bring this progress report to you today, we do that on a 3-yearly basis when we review the action plan itself. So when we do that, we do an analysis of the existing network. We then do an analysis of the expected or anticipated growth in terms of our network and the impacts. And then we seek to understand what the priority is for local boards in supporting any of those initiatives that we have identified as being required. So often those initiatives have already or are thought about by local boards as well, and this is our way of identifying that alignment with their priority.
So I think that prioritisation and the methodology that has been already agreed and established is appropriate in this situation, and I hope will, to a degree, depoliticise some of the decision-making processes.
Councillor Darby and then Councillor Henderson.
Thanks, Chair. Just one of the things I've been reading out of a big UK study on it was a study in response, it was by the government there, in response to the implosion of high streets, the retail centres. And one of the things it recommended was agglomeration of, good retail, commercial office, but it went on to say you need to agglomerate civic facilities and community facilities and government infrastructure. It needed to be around the centre. We sort of inherit sites, and they're 800 metres from the bus stop, or they're 2 kilometres from the bus stop, and we tend to go and reinvest in those sites because we own them. Is there any thinking, any bold thinking saying, no, we need to cut our losses here? I mean, actually, Ori was a bit of an example of that. It's not in the centre, and you need to support the centre. And probably a good reason we dispose of that is it's isolated from the centre. But is there some thinking around just saying, no, that's not appropriate to carry on investing there. We need to be out and we need to be back to the centre.
Kia ora, through the Kia ora, through the chair. So yes, that thinking occurs within each of the investigations. The first question is, what's the driver for the investigation and what is our current state environment? How does that need to inform how we look forward? But I think it also goes beyond that, in that we will be having this conversation on the 28th of October as well with you, that goes to the point that the points that the Mayor raised before around the scale of our network and how sustainable that is or isn't going forward. So what we'd like to do is have a discussion with you then around what we think some of the options are around identifying how we need to think differently about moving on from some assets in order to create capacity to invest well in the ones that serve us well. So we'd like to have that discussion with you on the 28th as well.
Yeah, no problems. I look forward to the 28th. Councillor Henderson, hopefully to close the questions.
Yeah, thanks.
And then we'll open up for comments.
Tried to save some time, but I think I should actually ask my question. So I'm conflicted both as a Waitakere Ward Councillor versus a Deputy Chair of Finance, and I wanted to reflect on the Mayor's views there. And I have to just point out before I get to my question, we have COVID raging in the world, we have a water crisis and a climate crisis. Those all could be very expensive. As Waitakere Ward Councillor, I need to point out the huge under-provision both in the northwest currently, but also in growth within Red Hills, Hobsonville and Kumeu means we're talking about over 100,000 people without access to a pool. That's not good enough. So in advance of the workshop on the 28th, is the business case for the northwest available and can be circulated?
So through the chair, I think at the workshop on the 28th, that will be incorporated in the advice from staff, and then the scheduling is for it to go to the local board in November, the full business indicative business case, and then to this committee in December.
That's right. So you're the first of the taxi rank, but I'm going to see if there's any others. Just you, Councillor Cooper.
Mine was just a process issue. And I'd really like to understand it and see if we can unblock this process. Councillor Henderson and I and he was a previous chair of his local board, so when we were doing the business case for Northwest, we got a meeting with a staff member and they were so cagey. And I just wonder why. It was like, you're not allowed to tell the local councillor anything. Oh no, it's not coming. And then when we finally did get something, there's this bland thing of it will go to the local board. Seriously, we get to make the final money decision, but it goes to the local board. I mean, surely we can be sharing with our councillors. You know, even if we have to keep it confidential, I just think this is supposed to be co-governance and the information flow goes one way. And I don't agree with that, so I'm just wondering whether we can be a little bit more open with the councillors in the local area. I'm sure all of you would appreciate that. This is not just the, what's the word, territory of the local boards. Yep. They get all the input and we just go, no, you just pay the bill. So I'd like a little bit of input, and I think all of us would. So I hope in future that if we ask for a meeting with the staff working on these business cases, that we can actually be allowed in. It would help frame our decision-making a lot better. Thank you.
Yep, taken on board. It's been moved and seconded. Oh, do you want to comment as well? There's, for your noting, yes, or yours? Yep, if you just...
Sorry, I got sweaty palms there for a moment, and I don't do that very often, but whew, big moment in life. So pursuant to the Standing Order 1.8.6, I've requested my assenting vote to be recorded, noting I object to the Project 135, the Central West Aquatic and Leisure, having status pending instead of programmed, which means I'd like it programmed versus pending, and I have checked that with the staff, so that's just a note. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
That's all right. So just a noting. So I will put the recommendations. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you so much. And Mr. Paul, you can stay there, sir, and you can introduce your colleague when our two ladies depart. So thank you, ladies. Thank you so much. And just to the committee for your information, it's 7 minutes past 12. We will break at 12:30. I want to get through the whole agenda by then. So look, I'll just hand it over to this particular one. So this is our Doodles Beach one, and Deputy Mayor, if you want to move. Pardon? Anybody? Just yeah. So Deputy Mayor and Councillor Walker. Sorry.
I'm happy to second.
Yeah, Councillor Fletcher. One from the left and one from the right. So look, it's now put onto the table, and please introduce your colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Tēnā koutou, ko Caroline Stevens, tōku ingoa.
Kia ora. So the purpose of this report was to propose the removal of a legal encumbrance which gives council first right of refusal to buy some properties that would lead into Duda Regional Park. These date back to 1982, when there were plans to improve the access to that park, but subsequently to that, council has acquired land and there is much better access from North Road. So what we did was undertake an assessment against the Parks and Open Space Acquisition Policy, which indicates that we do not need it in terms of a provision point of view. We don't need it from an access point of view because we now have better access, and also significantly that land, according to GIS, will be subject to coastal inundation. So the proposal is to remove it. That encumbrance is also for 99 years, and it does place some quite stringent conditions upon the current owners. So it seems opportune to remove it. That doesn't preclude council, if it so chooses, to buy it at a future point in time. We just wouldn't have that first right of refusal.
Kapai, thank you. Nothing to add? Okay. So, questions? If not, comments? If not, all good? Oh, sorry, matua kake.
Yeah, could you just remind me or tell me what the experience was with Māori input into this? Have Māori been engaged, and if they were, what did they say?
So through the chair, we didn't consult with mana whenua in terms of this, so this was a long-standing encumbrance back to 1982.
Well, I think they were around then. What was that explanation?
So through the chair, I don't have the knowledge in terms of those decisions that were made by Manukau City Council back at that time, but I can obtain that advice.
Sorry, I put the mic on. It can be circulated to the committee as well, but how do you want to progress this?
I hear what they've said, but in terms of making this decision now, what engagement have you done with Māori around this, and where have you sought for their advice when put into this?
So through the chair, as I said, we haven't consulted mana whenua in that respect.
Oh, is that acceptable?
I think in regards to this particular issue, Paul, just a supplementary to that, because of the encumbrance and with Manukau, would we, I can understand where Matua Kake is coming from, but would we normally end up going through it as a result of the encumbrance?
In response to the Chair's question, no, not in that respect.
Well, not to at least in this particular case remove it. And I don't recall anything as well, and I don't really have any knowledge as a councillor in the Manukau days, but yeah. And just to follow through, I'm not prepared to hold this particular item over. I think with the history with this, to remove the encumbrance, I think needs to be done.
Sure.
Yeah.
I just welcome the conversation with mana whenua, that's all.
Yeah.
And now, in the past, if it wasn't done in the past very well, let's try and do that again.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, you know, for the encumbrance, whatever.
Okay.
It's important that this relationship is acknowledged.
Aye. So
Even if James doesn't want to talk to you, but
no,
it's
at least the approach was made.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kapai. If there's no further, Councillor Darby, is it question or comments? Question.
So when you remove an encumbrance, somebody's made a request that the encumbrance is removed, right? And we're responding. Who is the beneficiary as a result of the removing of the encumbrance? The requester, I gather.
So through the Chair, the requester was the Duda family themselves. So the encumbrance sits over the 4 properties that belong to the Duda families, and they are associated with the estate of Ian Francis Duda.
Yeah, so it's a private entity. Yeah, so
private families.
Yeah, so who's paying for all of this if the beneficiary is the private entity?
So through the Chair, the normal practice would be that the requester would cover the costs, which are approximately $600,000. Sorry, $600 to remove the encumbrance, which is largely a transaction through to Land Information New Zealand.
Okay, so they're covering all those costs there. There's no value. Have we looked at what value has been created? New value has been created, whereby we might actually sell the uplift of the encumbrance rather than just think it has no value. I've done this in my own right, and I've charged for it. So I'm just, from my experience, I'm looking at our situation of having very little money. Has anybody given any thought to the value that's created and therefore the opportunity for council to actually charge for the uplifting of the encumbrance?
Through the Chair, no, we haven't done any detailed analysis in that regard.
Well, is it worth, Chair, asking Finance if there is any value here that could be charged for?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question just to supplement that? So to Claudia. Claudia, my understanding is Finance are looking through all agendas at this time to make sure that there are no negative impacts for councils, but all opportunities are being looked at. Is that the case with this agenda? I mean, are you confident that that's happened?
So thank you for the question, and through the Chair, yes, Finance are looking through every opportunity. This specific question, though, I'm not too sure if it's been addressed.
So through the Chair, in answer to that question, as per current practice, the Finance Department did look at the financial implications of the section, but as Claudia has indicated, I don't believe that they were looking at the wider financial, I guess, potential in terms of whether such an encumbrance could be on-sold or what the benefits may be to the Duda family itself.
No, and I'm fine with that with finance going through. So if there's no further questions or comments, well,
Yep.
is Richard the mayor first or the deputy mayor?
Age before beauty.
Age. Your worship, the mayor.
Oh, I went on both fronts. This is, let's get clear what we're doing here. We're taking away an encumbrance that gives us the right of first refusal to acquire the land. But if we were to acquire the land, we would be buying it at market value, right?
Correct.
That is correct.
So are we actually adding any value to the landowner by taking away our right of first refusal? You know, that's probably illegal. Well, it might be illegal or a property question.
It probably is a property question, and I'm not sure I know the answer to it, but no, I don't believe so.
Yeah, so the landowner was going to, if we decided we wanted to buy the land, I'm very familiar with it, I live near it, we'd be paying the market price. When we remove the encumbrance, then the landowner would otherwise be free to sell it to somebody else at the market price. So thinking logically, actually, we are not necessarily adding any value to the land at all, are we?
I don't believe so, but we're removing a constraint that sits upon those titles. I don't believe it has any financial value. It just enables the family to sell it on the open market without first consulting Auckland Council.
Because we no longer need the land. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
So, Councillor Cashmore, because we're
Pretty much just what the mayor said, Chairman, except the fact that when the ARC bought this property from the Duda family, I'm just trying to remember the date, it was many years ago now, the encumbrances were kept to protect council's access to the property. There is now an access, as the report says, off North Road, which is well facilitated by the public with car park, etc. So this is no longer needed. So you're just freeing up the land back to the Duda family. And I'd also put in the fact that this height of this land above Mean High Spring means it's virtually impossible to build upon it anyway in this common time. So,
and through the chair, obviously, that has quite an impact in terms of the value of the land.
Yeah, no issues. I was just about to put it, and then, yeah, we had more questions. So if there's no more comments, I will put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. We then move into a public art regional work programme. I want to try and at least get the next two before lunch. So if we could come through with Emily. Emily and Graham. Yeah, and Graham. Tēnā kōrua. I will, well, if anybody want to move this, I've got no problems moving it before it gets. Councillor Casey, second by Councillor Bartley. So it's been put on the table for discussion. And Graham, if you could introduce yourselves, that'll be great. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Graham Bogdan Takawengo, General Manager Arts Community and Events. Really nice to be here. I acknowledge your worship, councillors and IMSB members. So it's a real honour, actually. It's great to be able to be here and present the Public Art Regional Work Programme for your consideration and approval. My colleague Emily, I'll get Emily to introduce herself, and she'll speak to the report and take any questions. Kia ora.
Emily.
Kia ora koutou, ko Emily Trent Takuingoa. I'm the Acting Manager of Arts and Culture, and thank you for your time today. And I'd like to acknowledge the members, Chair, Deputy Chair, Director of CCS, and the Mayor. So today we'll be bringing forward the 2021 Public Art Regional Work Programme for approval. Of note, this program is a continuation of the pre-approved program from last year and responds to the implications of the emergency budget, most notably a reduction in our capital budget from $3.28 million to $1 million. The mix of projects that you'll see within this program have been prioritized carefully. Firstly, we've looked at continuing on with contractually committed projects that will wrap up within this financial year. So there are a few of those, and we think it's important to see those through to completion this year. And then following that, we've also prioritized those public art projects that are part of a wider parent project, or where the artwork is part of an infrastructure project or an integral part of a project already in train. You'll note that no new CapEx projects will be onboarded in 2021. This is due to the financial constraints mentioned previously, but we would hope to be able to scope those for our next work program, and would come back to you for approval then. We're hoping to move towards a 3-year work program in the future, and look forward to bringing that update for approval at that time. Just noting the timing, we're coming in October, as we've heard from some previous speakers, due to the emergency budget, and we've been working through the financial implications for the program, so normally we would be coming earlier with this program. Just a couple more items to highlight. We have just gone live with the Auckland Public Art website, which is mentioned in point 13. So this is an online platform that celebrates our existing collection and also offers Aucklanders access and visibility of these assets. So that went live in conjunction with Art Week on the 10th. So that's part of what we'll be continuing to grow within our OPEX envelope for this coming year. I'd also just like to call your attention to a notation around the monuments work stream. So this is a work stream that we have commenced following the passing of a resolution by the Waitemata Local Board to investigate reciting, removal, or reinterpretation options for monuments within their local board region. We note that this is a significant and complex issue that has policy implications and is also of regional and potentially national significance. So we're moving quite carefully here, and we have convened a cross-council working group with members of Heritage, Māori Outcomes, and Public Art to begin this. We're also closely engaged engagement with Mana Whenua is of key importance here, and we'll be working with the Kaitiaki Forum, as well as commencing hui with Mana Whenua as we move through this. We would like to propose that we come back to this committee at the beginning of next year in a workshop format to provide you an update around these monuments, recognizing that this is a governance issue. The second quick note to bring forward is around the budget split, essentially. So I mentioned earlier that we have a prioritization given to those projects that are part of a parent project, as well as those that are going to wrap up this year. So between those two budget categories, you'll see 83% of our budget is placed there. So we think this is a really a wise prioritization of the limited spend that we have this year. So the main points I'd like to cover, and I welcome any questions. Kia ora.
Ka pai. Emily, and thank you so much. I'll open up for questions of His Worship the Mayor first, and then Councillor Darby.
Yeah, thanks, Graham and Emily. My question's about the work stream for the monuments. About 2 years ago, there was a controversy over the Nixon Memorial in Otahuhu, and we brought together the local iwi, the descendants of Colonel Nixon, and the descendants of the Maori people who died at the pā down, I think, in the South Waikato. Yeah. I just wondered, we had agreement between all the parties, but we still haven't got the alternative interpretation of what happened down there that we wanted to put alongside the Nixon memorial. Can you give us an update on where we've got to on that, and when we might finally see, the wider context put on site there, because I think that was important.
Kia ora. Thank you for the question. Through the chair, we're working closely with the Office of Treaty Settlements on that project, and we've just been learning about what happened for that as a potential model for how we might move forward. I know that it's been very complex, and it's involved conversations with a number of different parties with interests, and I don't know of the exact progress that we've gotten to on that project, but we can find out and come back.
It'd be really helpful if you can just bring me an update, because I thought it was a good way of dealing with a controversial issue, and we managed to get consensus from both sides of a pretty painful event. 150 50 years ago, and it would be good to actually establish that as a way of getting through that and making sure that we don't just have a colonial interpretation of that battle, but the wider interpretation and a contemporary interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Darby.
Thank you. 69% slashing is pretty aggressive. Not much left when you get rid of 69% of your budget. So thank you for managing on your very thin allocation. I'm sure you're not managing. Just can you give me an idea, maybe it's for you, Graham, the public art team now that was delivering the former budget, how many people different is it, or is it the same? How many were in the team? So we're talking human resources on our side that were part of the team, and how many are there now?
Kia ora, Councillor Darby, through the chair. When COVID struck and we looked at all of our contingent workforce, so we in the public art team had 4 contractors who were providing quite a significant part of the work, and the reason we had a mixture of permanent staff and contractors was to manage the ebbs and flows of the work program. It gave some flexibility, so we released all of those contingent staff, and we have no intention of bringing them back on board unless there's any particular special requirement that we have around particular expertise. So that leaves us with Emily and 4 permanent project managers who are managing the work program, plus a couple of others. Have I got that right?
Thank you. So the impact really was to release our contractors who provided a really valuable service to the team, but we've managed to retain our permanent staff.
But there's a vacancy in the overall manager where you're acting at the moment, is that what I heard?
Correct. So I'm acting as the manager of arts and culture, and currently the manager of public art position is vacant, and that's being looked after by a couple of my colleagues.
Okay, so we haven't lost the core, the foundation of the unit, so that we can rebuild when budgets become available.
We haven't lost the core of the unit. We've retained all of the...
And 2 project questions. The Greer Twists.
Yes.
Where's that up to? And also the Molly McAllister Warrior, probably one of the best contemporary art sculptures we've got. Where's that up to?
Sure. So the Greer Twist work is due to be, the reciting will be finished this year. I can get back to you with the exact month later. And Molly McAllister is in conversation around a reciting with the overall streetscape work that's going on. So the reciting and the placement of that is in discussion with us, but I'll need to find out more about when that's going back in.
It's in the vicinity where it was, or is it somewhere else?
It's in the vicinity. It's planned to go in the vicinity of where it was. Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Thank you.
There's now 2 more people who have put their hands up. So Matua Kake and then Councillor Kuhn. Yeah, no, I saw you. Yeah. Please, peripheral.
Right, just in the context, just to show I've got a balanced scorecard, I just want to acknowledge that the effort in this particular item to create Māori budget, to create a plan that's really inclusive of Māori and engagement with Māori. So, and my question is do you agree?
Agree with engagement with Māori, and absolutely, yes.
It's just turning a comment into a question, that's all, but because it's question time. But just to acknowledge that I think it's said with sincerity, because I'm always quick to criticise when it's not. All right?
Oh, kia ora, thank you.
Councillor Kuhn.
Thank you, Matua, tēnā koroa. Thank you for alerting me to the new website. It looks amazing, and just been learning things just from a quick look. Just sort of trying to draw back on some local board knowledge. Panuku had quite a significant budget for some major pieces in Wynyard Quarter, and so I just wondered, I presume that still sits in their own work program, and I don't know if they still have the budget, but if, presuming it's those projects are still progressing, do they end up becoming part of our public art collection? And do they does that all get added to the website as well? Because they were quite significant pieces that they were arranging.
Yes. Thank you for your question. The Wynyard Quarter works have been paused by Panuku after the emergency budget, after COVID, and there were also some complexities that were being worked through with the selection process in Mana Whenua for that particular work. In terms of whether or not a work becomes part of the collection at the end, that's something that's taken on a case-by-case basis. And in terms of upload to the website, we aspire to have the entire collection on there. And then a later aspiration would be to have works that aren't part of the Auckland Council collection but are visible to the wider public on there as well. Yeah. Kia ora.
Thank you. And so it's paused those projects rather than at this stage, so they could still come online at some point.
Panuku has formally paused the project.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Collins, online.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the officers. I'm just wondering, having read this paper and granted the challenges that you're facing with such a serious decrease in budget, if you get the sense that we've got a genuinely regional approach, excuse me, to public artwork, it just from my read, and I may have missed parts, but there seems to be a strong central Auckland / North Shore, North Auckland feel about the work.
Kia ora, thank you for the question. So absolutely, a regional focus is very important for public art, and we also do know our collection is over-invested in the central city, and part of what we look towards as we consider new commissions is that regional focus. A work that we will have coming online over the next couple of years is a work, for example, in Warkworth. So as we begin scoping out what's possible for FY22 and beyond, we certainly aspire a broader spread, and that's important in when we assess works and look at the viability of what we can do. Yeah. Kia ora.
It's okay with you, Councillor Collins?
Oh, yeah, thanks, Chair.
Okay, and there's no questions? Any comments? No comments. Before I put the recommendation, Emily, can you please thank our our public art team, and I just wanted to mention their names for those that are around here. So it's Hilary Coots is the chair, Samuel Holloway, Tyrone O'Hare, Kate Darrow, Rachel DeLambert, Douglas Lloyd Jenkins, Rosabelle Tan. So look, that's our Pacific Art Advisory Panel, Public Art Advisory Panel. So please pass on our thanks to them and also the team. So I'm going to put the recommendation that's been moved by Councillor Collins and seconded by Councillor Bartley. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you so much to you both. Yeah. Look, I'm going to ask, because we have the chair of ACABS, Mr. Taylor, here, and I don't really want them to wait after lunch to have it. Lunch has just been delivered. It takes about 10 minutes to prep, because we've got no, I better not, because people are online. I was going to tell them we got chicken and steak, but we haven't. So look, if our team, and it's item 13, Auckland Citizens' Advice, I'm asking to see if there's a mover and a seconder. Moved there, second by Councillor Casey, moved by Councillor Cooper. And no mai haere mai for the team. And before I get Christine to introduce everybody, I'm going to ask Mr. Taylor, the chair, to say a few words, and then I'm just going to get staff to open up the item. So, tēnā koe e te rangatira, nau mai haere mai, and I'll leave it with you, sir.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I've just come here today really to highlight how much we appreciate what Auckland Council have done for us and have supported us, and especially Christine and her team. We've developed a very positive working relationship over the past year. We started on the regional network project. Unfortunately, COVID got in the way of that, but also COVID's given us some pretty significant challenges to address. So really, just to sort of finish, I wanted to say thank you to everybody, and we fully support the proposal in the report. So thank you.
No, thank you so much. Now, Christine, and I'm just going to sort of open up the agenda now for discussion, but I know that the PowerPoint is through there and it's also been on Nexus. So look, I'll let you go through that and then see if there's any questions and comments. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. And tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Christine Olsen. I'm the manager of the Community Empowerment Unit, and with me here today I have Matt Appleyard, who's been working on this project, and behind us we have Liz Civil and Sarah Lee Gore from the Community and Social Policy Unit, who have done the work on looking at what proportion of the services provided by CAB fit within the central government remit. So they're available if there are any questions. So I'm going to take the report as read. I do have a brief presentation. Thanks. Just to give you a bit of a reminder about why we're here today and the journey that we've been on. So back in 2016, the Regional Strategy and Policy Committee, at the time of approving the annual funding grant, asked us to do a piece of work which was in response to some concerns that had been raised by some of the southern local boards, in particular the Mangere o Tahuhu local board. So they asked us to look at the funding model with regards to achieving greater equity and fairness, taking into consideration the social issues in local communities across Auckland. So that started us on our journey, and we presented a model in 2019, and just a reminder for you, that model was 90% population-based and 10% deprivation-based, with some calculations to provide a baseline for any CAB site. So there was a baseline applied, and then the model was applied on top of that. At the same time that that funding model was approved, we were asked to do an analysis of the services that CAB provide that support or substitute central government responsibilities. And there's a slide that just gives a quick summary of that, and that report in full is attached to your papers as Appendix A. And at that time we were also asked to work with the CAB to develop a regional service framework. And we've been working on that. Okay. We've been working on that, but as my friend here said, COVID got in the way. So just a brief reminder of why. It was looking at, so council provides in the vicinity of $2 million per year to CAB, and then there's about another $650,000 in in-kind support, primarily through the provision of leases. And the work was to look at how can the CAB services adjust to meet the needs of the changing Auckland, particularly in regard to growth and the changing face of Auckland and Auckland's diversity. So we started on that project. We looked at, we commenced a co-design process, and there was a core design team established which had council staff and CAB membership, and we got a certain way through that. So we did a number of interviews and had a number of workshops and developed some insights, which those insights would be the foundation of which we would work towards the new service framework, and that's when COVID hit and we had to stop. At the same time, we established a political advisory group, so that advisory group has been very helpful for us as we've done this piece of work. And that work will continue, but it will continue in a different form. So the idea for the next year is that we'll work with our core design team and we'll identify what are some key priorities. So rather than developing the whole service framework, we'll look at what are some key priorities that we can progress together. And sorry, just one thing I will just remind you that the base grant was 1.7 million, and no, sorry, 1.8 million, and it was decided at the last long-term plan, the committee agreed to give CAB a $200,000 top-up, a one-off, and then when we went back in 2019, that was agreed for another 2 years. So the funding that they've had for the last 3 years has been the 2.067 million. And this slide really just gives a summary of information that you're already aware of. 32 CABs across Auckland covering 20 local boards. Actually, it's 19 local boards, sorry, because there's no CAB in Franklin or Great Barrier. And I've talked briefly about the co-design process. Just go to this one. So this is the, just gives you a very brief summary of the report, which is attached as Appendix 1, which showed that 47% of CAB services were considered to support or substitute central government responsibilities, 2% related to core local government responsibilities, so that's things like dog control or fencing disputes or, that kind of thing, and then around about another 6% related to wider things that could be considered local government interests, so things of a more community nature and that kind of thing. And the report does give you, in its appendices, some of the breakdowns of the various categories. And in particular, 87% of those services that are considered to be central government fall within two ministries, so that's the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment. And this is my last slide. So just, I think we've really seen through the lockdown and the responses that we've seen in terms of COVID, the necessity of services like CAB, so they have had a huge increase in demand for their services, and a particularly strong increase in the areas of employment issues, as we've seen a lot of people lose their jobs, and housing issues as well. So, and CAB services were very quickly able to change their operating model in response to the lockdown. So, traditional services very much based on someone going to a CAB and sitting down in front of a person. And what we saw during lockdown was the ability to actually use expertise across the country to connect service users with a CAB volunteer that was able to respond to their particular issue because they had their expertise. So I think, and so lots more online and phone services as well. And some CABs also picked up specific contracts supporting some of our different government departments during that time. So there was a huge demand for these services, and very quickly being able to adapt to meet those needs.
And sorry, Christine, how many slides left? Because there's quite a few questions already.
I've just got one more thing to say,
Yeah, okay,
and then I'm done.
thank you.
So that just brings me to my conclusion, which is that we're here to seek endorsement from this committee for a 3-year funding, which includes for the 2.067 million, so which includes the baseline plus that 200,000 top up. Thank you.
Okay, Matt, anything from you?
Not at the moment, thanks.
So look, I'll go through the list. And like I said, it was important that we do this before lunch. So Councillor Walker, Councillor Casey, then Councillor Bartley, and then I'll name the others.
I'll just cut straight to a comment, Mr. Chair.
Well,
I could express it as a question.
Well, you sorry, Councillor Walker. I just need to get through these questions. There's actually quite a few. I will save, however, the comments because I need the questions out of the way first to at least
go
for those, please. So I've got you down as comments, so there's no problems. Councillor Casey, question, comment. I've also got Councillor Fletcher. Thank you.
I had a comment and a question. My question is probably to you, sir, and that is Simon Randall is compiling the document that is going to go to the incoming government. I think the work that Christine and others have done in identifying just how critical these services are should be included in whatever information the Auckland Council puts towards the incoming government on the importance of CABs for New Zealanders.
Yeah, so that's been done. Yeah, so that's been done and with the document, so that will happen. Question, Councillor Watson, and then Councillor Cashmore for question.
Thank you. And just in terms of that document's been put together, how much funding do the CABs get via the government in some shape or form as a percentage?
My understanding at the moment, it's probably around about 300 to 400,000 that goes to CABNZ, the central body. We are working hard at the moment to increase that, and so one of the things we spoke about at our last steering group meeting is how can we get political support for what we're trying to do? I mean, we've already launched the digital exclusion project. I don't know if you're aware of that. It's really looking at people who don't have computers and how we can get government departments to open up more rather than bring it all online. So, yes, we are, and we'll be very willing to work with Auckland Council to develop that.
Just in terms of that 2.067 million and the baseline for 2021 to 24, Christine, so just reassure me again that what that essentially means for all the CABs is that the people retain their current level going forward, and that there's a top up out of that excess for and that will go primarily to the deprivation quotient. That will be the main sort of influencer there.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, that's correct. We'll apply the formula again. So we'll use we'll get updated Statistics New Zealand figures and apply the formula. So there will be some slight adjustment, I imagine, but we're still applying that there's a baseline needed to keep a site functioning, and that will be retained.
Final question that goes to the CABs as a whole, and they are generally content with that way that funding model has evolved, and that where the council has landed in the proposal going into the long-term plan?
Generally, yes, they are. There's one or two who obviously like more money, but we worked on the model given to us by yourselves. And yeah, there's general contentment. What we'd like to do now is move on and finish the project off so we can perhaps focus that money a bit better, but that's a longer term thing.
And Councillor Watson, did you want to put them on the list for comments as well, or you're happy with the answers you got? Okay. Councillor Collins online. Question, please.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering, Christine, if you'd be able to confirm for me where we landed with the Otahuhu office that provides CAB services.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair. So when the new funding model was applied, the Otahuhu office is part of the Māngere CAB, and I'll just check that I've got this right, but some of the new funding went to fund the Otahuhu office, so that's no longer a requirement of the Māngere Otahuhu local board to fund that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Christine.
Now I'm just going to move to comments now, and I go to Councillor Walker.
Sure, just very quickly, entirely supportive of where we arrived on this. Quite obviously, the outstanding issue was the lack of funding support from the government and the need to have a conversation with the government around that. And my understanding is that there's been a report that was done for Wellington, and Wellington CAB is in, I think, somewhat of a similar position, I think. And I would suggest that this is something that we would and could be taking up with local government New Zealand, because it goes to the whole issue that they've raised around localism. The only other comment that I'd make really just goes to the aspect of deprivation as an inclusionary factor. My concern is that that goes often more to issues around priority than necessarily equity, and I think sometimes we can make some mistakes there, because there may be parts of Auckland that aren't necessarily deprived, that are having insufficient CAB presence as compared to other areas and vice versa. So just want to put that up.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Casey, then Councillor Bartley.
Oh, for the second time today, I'm going to say the word finally, thanks to Councillor Henderson over there, Toko. This has been a long time coming. And this is, congratulations, Christine and your team, to get this far. Mr. Taylor, to you, I think the paragraphs 23 to 25 in this report sum up the valuable work that CAB does in a crisis like COVID-19. The fact that you service 16,000 Aucklanders in approximately 3-week period by telephone, answering all kinds of critical, for those people, critical queries is something that I, and I think every council in this room is really grateful for. That's why we value your services, not just your staff, but please convey our thanks to your volunteers. So I think this is a big day for us all, and thank you again, Christine and your team.
Can I just say thank you? Yes, we actually put that in place within about 2 or 3 days. You know, it was amazing, and yeah, it's been good. It's been good. Thank you.
Okay. So with Councillor Bartley, your comments, and Mr. Taylor, it doesn't need a reply because we know how thankful you are. Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Chair. I do value the work of the Citizens Advice Bureau, and I do want to acknowledge everything that the Citizens Advice Bureau do. What COVID showed me, though, was the gaps in what you do, especially in meeting the needs of diverse communities. So I really do want to see an emphasis from the Citizens Advice Bureau on how you meet the needs of diverse Aucklanders. And I reference the Glen Innes Citizens Advice Bureau, the food bank. So under COVID, the demand for food went up, people needed more food, and the food bank closed. But we needed the CAB to be functioning and getting that food out there, but it was just sitting in the garage, in the food bank garage. And the reason was because they didn't have, the younger volunteers to go out and do it because they had to self-isolate. So I really felt for the CAB there, which really highlighted for me the need for more relationships, so that if you have to self-isolate and your volunteers can't do anything, then you've got those relationships in place where people can get it out, because your service is so important. So I don't want to hold this up, because I know what you do is valuable, and I do respect the work that your volunteers do, but you really got to get that sorted and get those relationships in place to get more volunteers to help what you guys are doing. So I just want to say that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bartley. Councillor Fletcher, there was a comment, so all yours.
Well, I just want to take a moment to really applaud Christine and the team, and to say that you have done the work of Solomon. I'd also like to thank the Mayor, because he accepted the amendment to have the inclusion of the other 200,000 at the last LTP, and by that we were able to see the advancement of the policy that we're adopting today, but seeing no CAB worse off, because that was a really difficult position to actually come from. So I know the Mayor's not here at the moment, but I really do want to acknowledge his willingness to listen on that and to ensure that those funds were in place. It's also the opportunity for me to say today just a thank you to the volunteers. We value so much the services of CAB in our community. Where would we be without volunteers? And I know, as somebody who works in a number of organisations, how hard it is to recruit volunteers, and you have done remarkably well. Yes, there's always more that we can do, and yes, it's really hard recruiting younger volunteers, but you have a fabulous service for us, and I feel really proud of those services in my community, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor and Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Well, thank you, Mr Chair. My question was about the 200K, but it's already been answered by Councillor Watts' questions. Thank you, but thank you for your work. I know it's hard for the volunteers. It's life-saving, and I'm looking forward to we send the account rendered down to the government to get our money back.
So if there's no further comments, I've just got a few things to say. I won't keep us that long. And look, I wanted to acknowledge the members of our Citizens Advice Political Advisory Group. Myself, obviously, but Councillor Newman, Councillor Walker, Councillor Mulholland, Councillor Cooper, our chairs, Le Monga Lydia Sorsedne, Brent Catchpole, Lee Corrick, Julia Parfitt, Greg Preslin. Just want to acknowledge the work they also did through this whole process to get us to the stage. Also want to acknowledge again you, Christine, and Matt, in regards to the mahi in the work. Peter, thank you so much for at least working with, as you always will, with our staff. So thank you, and please pass that on to your board. Liz, to you, thank you so much again for your leadership. But, you know, when we had that workshop, that review that was done, and Sarah Lee, I want to acknowledge you personally and on behalf of this committee for that review, because that review is going to form part of the discussions that His Worship the Mayor and Deputy Mayor and others are going to have with the incoming government. So that work you did, thank you so much. So look, it's been moved and seconded, so I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Aye. Against?
Aye.
Oh, that was the first one, sorry. It was like, whoa. Carried. So look, thank you so much. And the committee, I know I'm pushing it, there's only 3 items left that we have. But I'm going to put this one item, as item 16, around the reports and memos. We can move that out of the way. So got Councillor Walker and Councillor Simpson. I just moved that we forward that one. All those in favour? All those in favour again for that particular report, say aye. Against? Carried.
Aye.
And we will break for lunch. Sorry, staff. We will break for lunch until 1:30. Thank you so much.
All right. Yes, well done.
So the next item is item 14. It's already been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Henderson. So that item is now on the table for discussion, and I know that everybody's read that particular item. Before we start, Dave and Neil, I just want to acknowledge Chairperson Margaret Miles from the Upper Harbour Local Board. She sent an email saying, one, that she couldn't make this particular meeting to support the rowing in her area as per this item. So just wanted to get her acknowledgement in there. So tēnā kōrua, and I'll just hand it over to you both. Kia ora nā. Thank you, Dave and Neil.
Kia ora all. My name's Neil Coventry. I'm the team leader for Sport and Recreation. Okay, so the purpose today is to approve the allocation of the 2020-2021 Sport and Rec Facility Investment Fund. This is a contestable fund that supports the development of regional and sub-regional sport and recreation facilities across Auckland. Key objectives of the fund are to address facility shortfalls, allow council to proactively respond to changing sport and rec preferences, and to partner with community and other funders to enable more Aucklanders to get active more often. Decision making of this fund sits with the PACE Committee, with 120 million budgeted through the long-term plan. Following adoption of the emergency budget, funding is phased as shown below in the presentation, above, with 6.5 million available in this first contestable round. So in terms of the investment principles for this fund, this year, as I said, there's the first contestable round with assessment criteria based on the sport investment plan that was adopted in 2019. The sport investment plan guides council's investment into sport and recreation and is driven by 4 principles. The weighting of each principle is reflective of ensuring a more targeted approach to funding allocation. These principles and the approach to project assessment was workshopped with the committee back in March of this year. The first and most significant principle in terms of weighting is equity. So that looks to ensure outcomes regardless of age, gender, ethnicity, socio-economic status or location. Second principle is about being outcome focused and ensuring clear line of sight between the investment and the outcomes that it delivers. Third is around financial sustainability and ensuring there's balance between being able to maintain and run facilities, but at a level that doesn't price out the community from access. And the fourth principle is about accountability and ensuring investment is effective, transparent and consistent. In addition to those 4 core sport investment principles, 2 other lenses we used to assess projects as they specifically relate to facility development. First was about ensuring the facility is fit for purpose and flexible to meet future needs, so perhaps meets design standards for a building. Second, that became even more important following COVID-19 was deliverability or achievability. So that's really about having a realistic funding plan. So in terms of the timetable, firstly, the fund was advertised through Regional Sports Trust Network. That includes over 1,700 sports clubs and over 200 regional and national sports organisations, as well as being advertised through council and local board social media channels. The contestable fund comprised a 2-stage application process, the first of which was a 1-page canvas that helped groups flesh out the key elements of their project. So that was things like network gaps, community need, the target users, the location of the facility, who their partners were going to be, the time frame to deliver their project, and the funding that would be required to deliver it. The Sport and Recreation team, and in some cases the Regional Sports Trust Spaces and Places team, they sat down with groups to help them work through that canvas, or we provided email feedback once they sent it through. So from initial inquiries, 59 expressions of interest were received. And after reviewing those 59 expressions of interest against the criteria for the fund, 21 proceeded to stage 2. Within the 38 projects that didn't move forward to stage 2, there was a mix of reasons as to why. They included that the project wasn't viable. So one example would be as a water sports proposal that was looking to use Rosedale Pond 2, which I think they would have come out a little bit worse for wear. Some of the projects didn't have a clear sport and recreation regional outcome. So there was, for instance, like a men's shed project. Some projects had already been allocated funding through other council sources, e.g. surf lifesaving. In other cases, groups were redirected to other council funding streams, particularly if the project had a more local focus than a regional or sub-regional focus. So they were directed towards local board community grants or doing deputations to advocate for LDI funding, or in some cases, some local boards have targeted sport and recreation grant rounds with Howick, Franklin, Mangaria, Tahu and Hibiscus and Bays. Lastly, some projects didn't move forward as they realised they had quite a lot more work to do in terms of planning and to firm up the elements of their project. So they kind of dropped out with a view to reapplying in the next round. So we're expecting still a number of applications to come through, and we're still working with those groups. So in the end, 17 stage 2 applications were received. Those projects were assessed by a panel of council staff and Sport New Zealand. At the same time, local board and mana whenua views were captured and are shown as a summary in attachment A with this report. It might be a bit of a distant memory now, but we had a workshop back in March around the recommendations, and obviously COVID-19 hit a week later. So since then, we've been reevaluating the projects in respect to the financial implications, and a number of recommendations have changed in this report from what was workshopped back in March. Sorry, I'm just going to drink. Okay, so in terms of recommendations, I'd like to refer you to Table 2 in the report. This table details the 11 community-led projects that are recommended to receive funding, which totals $4.2 million. When delivered, these projects will have leveraged in excess of $5 million from other funding sources, which aligns with the partnership outcomes we were hoping to achieve in terms of maximising the available budget and to get more Aucklanders more active. Those recommendations are A1 to A11 in the report. Now draw your attention to Table 3, which is the summary of council-led projects. So a number of expressions of interest were received from community groups who use council assets to deliver their sport. These recommendations, which is recommendation B in your report, total $5.7 million. They are aligned to the sport investment plan, particularly in respect of addressing network equity issues and taking an outcome-focused approach. The implication of this recommendation led to recommendation C in your report, which is to convert that element of the funding from OPEX to CAPEX to ensure that fields can be maintained. In terms of recommendations, the last thing I want to draw your attention to is Table 4, which is the deferred projects. There are a number of projects that were unable to be recommended for funding as we sit here today. They do align with the grant criteria, but in some cases they are waiting on other funding applications or looking at staging their project. That situation might change before the next funding round. So essentially what we're requesting through recommendation E is to bring those projects back to the committee through a short report if they progress sufficiently so that we can be a bit more agile in our response to the community. Okay, final slide. So this is just to touch on the drawdown of funding. This is Table 6 in your report under financial implications. So I just wanted to provide some clarity here, as you'll see the total investment that we've recommended to allocate is $9.9 million, but the budget in FY21 is only $6.5 million. So this is because council often plays a role in providing cornerstone funding for community-led facility development projects. So this is the catalyst that enables groups to leverage that third-party funding. So council's funding agreements require groups to secure all their project funds before any funding can be drawn down. This means that some projects will not require funding for at least a year or two. Through that time, they may also need time to go through design and consenting processes. So based on estimates about when projects will actually require funding, the estimated drawdown in this financial year is only 1.3 million, which is significantly lower than the 6.5 available. So we're looking to take a multi-year program approach to this fund, and essentially the commitment is that no funding drawdown will not exceed the budget available in any given year. Finally, just to draw your attention to the fact that the large budgets shown in FY22 and 23 are only reflective of the fact that funding rounds for those haven't opened yet. So those funds will be allocated, and that will be reduced.
Neil, I just want to acknowledge the work that you and the team have done in regards to this particular item. Dave, as you as well. Because it's just massive. In light of COVID-19, this is one of the key things, I believe, this particular item around helping our sports and the joint approach that we have. So I know there's going to be several questions. So I'm going to start off with Councillor Watson. Questions only, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I'm happy enough with the ones that have been recommended, particularly the Mangere Centre, which is a well-used facility out there. My question, however, though, is not with the ones that have been recommended. It's this rather unusual situation that's outlined in points 44 to 48 that has emerged with the WASP hangar out in Hobsonville. And in the last 24 hours, I've been going through the documentation that has been put out by our own sports and rec staff in a series of reports, not least of which is the one to the Upper Harbour Local Board in 19th of March, which all tick the boxes. You know, the identified need, the kind of financial model, the fact that this building's already there, and the relative fit-out costs in the scheme of things are as cheap as it gets if we're looking at an indoor court facility. So my first question, Mr. Chair, then is really what has brought about this dramatic reversal where everything was proceeding along and with funding, you know, the local boards in there with their funding too, and we don't have just a deferral, we have a recommendation not to proceed at all. So so my first question then, Mr. Chair, is A, this has been ticking all the boxes for quite some time, so why on earth do we have this dramatic reversal at this point?
Okay, so through the chair, I guess the challenge around the WASP hangar, obviously at the back of the emergency budget, there was a decision to sell that piece of land to Kayunga for development. The money that Panuku had available, so whilst there's a shell of a building there, it's missing quite a lot of pieces. So in terms of like service connections, and the cost of those upgrades is actually in around $800,000 to $900,000. So that was Panuku's commitment as to the project. In addition to that, the local board's $500,000 was going to be required, plus an additional investment that would likely have been around $600,000 from the Sport and Rec Facility Investment Fund, and also around $200,000 to purchase equipment to sit in that space from active recreation budget. So unfortunately, Panuku have lost the $800,000 that was indicatively allocated to make the building fit for purpose so that the fit out could take place, and the equipment budget that was available is also not there anymore. So essentially we're $1 million short before we even start to look at additional allocation from this fund. So that's kind of where that sits.
But isn't the real reason, and you've said this in your report, is that Panuku are going to sell the wasp hanger to Kaingaora. That's the reason, isn't it?
Yeah, doesn't necessarily close out the opportunity fully. You know, we can have the conversation with Karen.
Okay, so that's what I want to turn to now, is the assurances that have been given to the local board, because you know, thanks to the chair for acknowledging the Upper Harbour local board, but they wanted actually to be here today, but they've got their own meeting, so they couldn't. And you know, this has caused quite a degree of a grief with them. So in terms of the assurances, and I look at Panuku, have said to the board, we have advised our development partner of your interest in the wasp hanger, and as discussions progress over the coming months, we are more than happy to connect with you, with you to discuss potential opportunities. So am I to believe that they are going to, owning the building, to sell it to Kaingaora, and then there are going to be discussions as to how we can somehow get the building back off Kaingaora, having just sold it to them? That seems a little unlikely that there's going to be too much joy coming out of those discussions, isn't it?
Through the chair, I haven't had any conversation with Kaingaora about what their intentions are with the building, so it's hard for me to comment on this.
Okay, so you know, that's not convincing at all. In terms of your own assurances that you've given here in this paper to us, point 48, staff will continue engagement with Kaingaora about future recreational opportunities in Hobsonville, the Hobsonville area. I'm pretty familiar with Hobsonville. I'll be very interested to know where indoor space is going to emerge out of that area that's very expensive to buy land in, which is filling in with houses.
Yeah.
Kia ora, and thanks for that question through the chair. That asset disposal has not occurred yet through Panuku, and so I guess it's probably a little bit preemptive to start that conversation with Kaingaora around, specifically around the wasp hanger. The provision through the wasp hanger and through discussion with the local board was seen as an interim solution. The One Local Board initiative for Upper Harbour Local Board involved indoor court provision, and there was an understanding that that was likely to be a slightly longer term provision to come online. So the wasp hanger would have been potentially something that could have served that local community for a period of time until another provision comes about. So that work will still continue. I think there's also an opportunity once, if and when a disposal does happen, and that is then Kaingaora property, to have that conversation with them around their intent. That broader precinct, I believe, is going to be an area that they would like to activate. This is from conversations with Panuku, and I think having an activity like indoor courts that will draw people into that area might be a short-term option that Kaingaora are interested in.
Just final question. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to pursue this. So I'm assuming you're aware of the set of principles that was passed by the governing body in terms of disposal, and that is identified use or a use that has been getting investigated for some period of time. This clearly fits that bill, right down to the money about to be divvied up and the possibility of the local board to come up with more. Panuku are going to realise a significant amount of money from the sale of the block as a whole. All the local board was asking for was this one part, this heritage building, be left out of this transaction that could be bringing council $30 million. So as the sport and recreation representatives, did you make that case to Panuku in your discussions? A, were you aware of the principle that we have voted through? And B, your ability to I guess, argue that corner from a sport and rec standpoint?
Kia ora, and through the chair again, there was a conversation that was had with Panuku around the desired sport and recreation outcomes that the facility would deliver for the community. At the stage that those conversations were having, whilst there was a plan to be able to drive funding into the facility to be able to create a community asset that would deliver really good outcomes, the funding was not all in place at that stage. There were a number of funding decisions that were still to occur, so we couldn't categorically say that it was going to be able to be turned into an indoor court facility. And so without that absolute surety, we couldn't say, we couldn't say with absolute surety that it was going to certainly be a service asset that we needed for the community, because we couldn't confirm the funding at that stage.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll reserve my right to speak to this item at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Councillor Walker.
So I've got some questions around this issue too. Have there been options explored, given, as you mentioned, the activation of this building for recreational purposes is desirable? And if there is a purchase for the balance of the land, let's say it's Kaingaroa, has the option been explored with them about making some contribution to Panuku or Auckland Council to help renovate this building? So that's another option. That is, we don't have to sell it to Kaingaroa, we can retain it if there is a great case to actually activate it for the community, which then adds value to the balanced land that Kaingaroa would develop, and for that matter Hobsonville as a whole. Has that option been explored?
Not to this point. That, as I said, we haven't had the conversation with Kaingaroa so far. The conversation has been Panuku to the point that...
Okay, so the issue that I'm raising, Mr. Chair, and it follows on from the principles that Councillor Watson was elucidating, we should be exploring all options rather than the circumstance where we're making a short-term decision to bundle up, cash out, when in the medium to long term there may be a critical requirement for indoor sports facilities in the area, and you've got a building that I understand is structurally sound. Is that the case? The building is structurally sound?
Through the chair, there's been some earthquake strengthening, but there's still quite a significant investment to go before it can be fit for purpose in terms of...
I understand the bolt-on stuff, but the building itself is structurally sound. It's had money spent on it, correct?
Yep, it does. There's still some work to do with the large hangar doors, and there's some water coming into the building, so there's still some elements to address.
Okay, so the question that I would put to you, Mr. Chair, is there the possibility around the consideration of these items to have an amendment that might be along the lines that I'm putting, where some other options be explored to retain the WASP hangar for the purposes, amongst others, of recreation for the wider area, with the possibility of funding from other sources. So would an amendment like that be appropriate, Mr. Chair?
I'm going to ask the question around that, because I don't like the fact around where there's other funding that's available because of all the tight budgets. But Dave and Neil, I'll be interested to find out around whether there is a possibility of exploring options, not committing any funds at all. And I don't want that mentioned in any of the recommendations around commitment, whether it be extra funding outside or it has to be done within the existing budgets, because that'll put pressure on all the others. So Dave, I'll be interested to find out around exploring the options. That's the only one, and I need to talk to Councillor Henderson, who seconds this particular item, around exploring the options and whether there's any issues that I need to be aware of, but before even allowing it to be part of the recommendation. So Dave, I'm looking for your advice.
Mr. Chair? I've got another related question.
Yeah, well, I'll get this response first because that'll dictate where we move from here in regards to any amendment or including it into the agenda and the recommendations. Thank you, Dave, and then I'll go back to you, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly, we could include a stream of work where we would continue investigation with Panuku and with Kaingaora around alternative options at the site.
And I think having that ability to do that, that's fine, providing, I think, and I always have to go back to Councillor Simpson and Henderson's committee, is always, I know that work costs money, but I mean, this is why I've asked if that can be done. Well, then I've got no problems at least having that guide in regards to you saying, hey, look, we can look at that particular option. It may not need to be in there because I trust you both, and that the work will be done by talking with Panuku and Kaingaora around the options. So, yeah, thank you. So there's a related question first from Councillor Walker, and then yourself, Councillor Henderson.
Just as seconder, I'll be asking the question, but when you give me the floor.
Yeah.
So I have a related question, and that's around applying the points listed 95 to 99.
Okay.
Which go to the application of tax credits laterally to a product like this. So this is a question that goes further to this option. So let's say there is a charitable trust in place that would be carrying out these works. And let's say that it can avail itself, as you've pointed out in this report, for tax credits. And those tax credits could go to the likes of Kaingaora or Panuku. Panuku is a limited company, for example. Have we explored those options? So we're looking at a way, quite laterally, that enables us to fill our objectives with a minimal amount of outlay. Have we explored those options?
Sure, and through the chair, noting I'm not the financial expert here. So the tax benefit is to Auckland Council as the organisation that is granting money to an external agency for a registered charity in a lot of cases, and so we can receive a tax benefit for that. We haven't had the conversation with external parties around their role in terms of granting funds to a third party as well. There are a number of organisations that are set up with a philanthropic purpose. Foundation North, New Zealand Community Trust, that grant to community groups on a regular basis. And we work closely with them. We have regular conversations with those sort of organisations, but around other sort of agencies like Panuku or Kaingaora, no, we haven't had those conversations.
So I understand that, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that the tax benefit could equally apply to Panuku. It could apply. So I'm suggesting that there's an opportunity for Council to apply itself laterally, consider a number of things which might mean that the overall cost to Council was minimal, and we could deliver an outstanding community asset which would also meet the requirements of reserve contributions through development contributions for the area. And noting as well that this area is experiencing huge growth and is very deficient in indoor facilities. So
Okay,
again, I come back to you around that question around an amendment, Mr. Chair.
As I just said, Councillor Walker, and this is why I'm going to talk about with Councillor Henderson, I don't think it needs an amendment. You have got the staff here, Dave and Neil, saying that yes, we will explore the options. They've heard you. I just don't think we need to put a resolution in there. Because I obviously, like everybody around this table, trust the staff to do the work. Even the General Manager, May Sward, has indicated as well that those options, as you've specified, will be carried out. Councillor Henderson.
I had one last question, Mr. Chair.
Your last one.
And that is really just a request that in an instance such as this, there's a significant item that affects both the local board and the ward, that the ward councillors be in the loop as to what's going on. That would be really constructive.
Yeah, no problems at all, and it was raised in an earlier item in regards to that by Councillor Cooper, so rest assured that will be done. And Councillor Henderson, there's not going to be any changes to the amendments. Dave and Neil have indicated and said no issue at all in regards to getting and exploring those options. So, Councillor Henderson.
Yeah, I was going to say just as seconder, and I'll just say it anyway, that I wouldn't have supported a change to the amendment anyway. And for the pure fact, look, I have to be frank about this. Paragraph 46 here, been put up for asset disposal by Panuku to meet emergency budget targets. As Deputy Chair of Finance, I can't support that. Yeah, so thank you for your ruling.
Yeah, so that's why we've just left it for the staff, because those are the issues that we had explored earlier around, look, we don't want to commit anything in regards to this, to your committee, you and Councillor Desley Simpson's committee, because you'll have enough on your hands already. So yeah, no, kapai. Are there any other further questions? If not, sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Very quick, I should have asked them before offline. What's it called? The horse thing. Woodhill Sands. They got the resource consent go through for that works, I presume, to enable us.
Through the chair, yes.
Just one question. Of course. Thank you. I just wanted some clarification, because my understanding was that staff are working through with the Upper Harbour Local Board, and they'd identified a spot for that indoor court facility between Hobsonville Road and Brigham's Creek Road, rather than on, even though it's a while away, rather than on Hobsonville Point.
Through the chair, you're talking about the Ollie project? Yeah, so those identified as being on Otea Valley Road at either the Albany Tennis Centre or the adjacent reserve next to that.
Oh, so it's on the other side?
Yep.
No further questions. I know, Councillor Watson, you've got a comment, so I go straight to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just want to reiterate my point at the start, as far as the recommendations go, that, I'm very supportive of the projects that have been approved, and particularly the ones down south at Papatoe Recreation and at Mangere, because they're undergoing heavy use. And as we heard today, that, some of those local board areas don't have any sand carpeted fields. So the provision of that, particularly given, the high growth of young sport, is really important, and I support that 100%. Unfortunately, the issue that I rose, which, the other side of town, hasn't been addressed. And as much as Councillor Henderson is, taking the high ground there of the fiscal constraints, happy to have all the sales and the Unlock Henderson back into Henderson. This is an Unlock project as well, Unlock Hobsonville, and there is nothing coming back to this area, nothing coming back to the community in terms of that investment. But don't believe me, but let's see what the actual officers said about the risks of this. So the very same people, well, probably not the same people, but the Sport and Rec Department, who are now recommending not to proceed, are the same people who said, as the risk of this not going ahead was that there'd be a gap in the provision of sport and recreation opportunities in the northwest. The other disadvantage would be Panuku will lease the facility to another user group, and the opportunity to retrofit the existing building will be lost. So the very thing that is happening is what our officers warned us as a risk of the local board not actually proceeding with this. And so that's the supreme irony, the local board trying to hold firm to addressing this gap. And I would just say, some of the population dynamics here are incredible. So, for instance, we're talking about indoor facility. The growth in the Asian component of the population in Hobsonville since 2013 has been nearly 10,000 people, 10,000 Asian residents just in this Hobsonville area alone. They, of course, are keen proponents of indoor usage, indoor sport. Panuku, just as recently as a few months ago, in fact, the end of March, they were saying in the report to their board that they were happy to be progressing this project and that what they were seeking in terms of intended outcomes were, and I quote unquote, a new community hub to bring the community together. This will include a recreation facility in the Wasp Hangar and a public space adjacent. So the very people that are now pulling the rug from underneath the local community, and the most intense local community in Auckland in terms of population. Take a walk around Hobsonville, and which is to be joined very shortly by Scott Point and Whenuapai. You have the fastest urban growth, and the proportion of people in there that would access a facility like this is probably the highest in Auckland, or very close to it. So we haven't progressed this or challenged this from a sport and rec perspective as much as we could have. Okay, we have these principles that we agreed to in your committee, which said that, quote unquote, council will give consideration to whether a property has any alternative funded future use prior to any disposal. Now, I'm not satisfied that that has occurred here at all. There is a possibility for a win-win here. You're going to get your $30 million from this block of land anyway, or close to it if they don't give it away like the Civic and the West Park Marina. You're getting a big chunk of money. All they're asking for is this one old heritage building be retained for this identified community use. To be fair to our sport and rec people who have recommended really strongly, couldn't have recommended any more strongly in the agenda reports leading up to this, which I have read. So, you know, due credit to the staff who've been involved in that. So they've identified the need. They're getting the rug pulled underneath them from Panuku in terms of this facility, and the community will be the loser. So we go out and we hold up places like Hobsonville as the new Auckland, you know, the way to go, and at the same time we're not providing the community facilities that are identified as having an urgent need, that we agree with, that we leverage the local board and everyone else to come a large way along the road to funding. We're going to get a big cheque, and we can't even give a couple of crumbs off the table to fund that much needed facility. This is as cheap as you get an indoor facility in Auckland. You won't get it any cheaper than this. This is as good as it gets. The other one is down the line, and, you know, to be honest, if we're going to be honest about the Ollie, is that, you know, that's some time off. So there's a perfect opportunity here to come in with an interim solution. That would be a test of goodwill. That would be a win-win. So we don't even have to, you know, commit to long term. The fact that that isn't considered or hasn't been explored adequately, or that we have these rather empty assurances, Mr. Chair, from the likes of Panuku, which mean nothing, you know, not worth the paper they're written on, that's a little insulting. So all I would urge, and, you know, I have a great deal of respect for our officers that are involved in this part of council's work. This is not a good look. There will be a, you know, the community will be the loser. So I would urge that we do a lot more than we've done. And certainly, Councillor Henderson, when this item comes back to your committee, then I will be certainly examining to what extent the principles that you voted for have been adhered to.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor, yeah, hold on. Let's keep it sort of civil, because we've only got one more item, and then we all can go down to the Q Theatre and have orange juice. Councillor Walker.
Perhaps something a little bit stronger than orange juice might be in order, Mr. Chair. It depends on how this item goes.
Not for me, but
okay.
Yep, Councillor Walker.
So I think there's a real opportunity for instances like this for the officers and for council to be more collaborative, to actually think outside the square. And that particularly goes to Panuku. I mean, we talk about unlock. We had that presentation on the part of Panuku the other day talking about leveraging things and so on and so forth. Here's a perfect opportunity for that. We've got a building that's largely fit for purpose, it's structurally sound. The sums of money that we're talking about are not great. You know, they're only in the hundreds of thousands, when the larger development that Kāinga Ora will be putting in place in the vicinity will be in the order of hundreds of millions. And that's in respect of built form. So if you've got a development that is adding to the mix, that is enhancing the saleability of the surrounding land, because we know that people shifting to areas like this want recreation, they want to do stuff, that's why they shift to locations. And we could facilitate a charitable trust so that you've got tax write-offs on the part of Panuku or the like for significant amounts of this expenditure. And you've got the collaboration from the local board to the tune of $500,000. Why wouldn't you explore that option? And isn't that what we're here for? To leverage things and make stuff happen? And as John has pointed out, if there's one area that's held up as a poster child in Auckland for doing things right in terms of intensification and the like, it's Hobsonville. But if you look on the ground in terms of the actual recreational opportunities there are in that area, which is exploding in terms of population, it's not great. So I would hope that the officers are happy to collaborate. I'm happy to collaborate. And I know that Councillor Watson is, and the local board. So let's make this thing work and look for the positives in terms of making something happen in terms of a simplistic rejection. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If there's no further comments, again, I reiterated earlier, thank you. And I have no doubt at all that all our sports in this particular round, knowing that we've got the second round, are also saying thank you. Dave, just before I put the recommendation, in A Roman numeral 2, there is a change to the recommendations. Can you just briefly explain the change, and then I will put the recommendation? It's only going from 200 to 190,000, that's all.
Yeah, Kia ora, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Simply, there was a typo in the resolution in the paper that was put forward. There is some funding that the entity that we're funding brings to the project, and that had not been subtracted off the total grant amount. So it's 190, not 200,000 that we'd be proposing for the grant.
You know, just in the space of 30 seconds, we just saved $10,000. So that's just so cool. So I'm going to... So I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Tēnā korua. Thank you.
Is it possible to have a note around concerns for this particular project? What's happened, Mr. Chair, or not?
I will have to see, because we've actually carried the motion. I'll let the two boss ladies here get back to me with that. So thank you, gentlemen. Last item on our agenda, and that is item 15, tree risk assessment update. So I just want to welcome our staff to here, and also just to let the committee know that the Western Springs Forest, Friends of Western Springs Forest, sent through what they wanted, and I have accepted that. I am tabling it now, and it'll be available in Nexus, and also will be attached to the minutes. So this particular document is the one that we have here. So look, tēnā korua, I'm going to ask our Director for Customer and Community Services to lead off, and then I'll end up going through. We have a mover and a seconder for that. I will move this particular item, and Deputy Mayor Cashmore will second it. So it's put on the table for discussion. Thank you. Yeah. For yours.
Kia ora, thank you, Alf, and tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present to you today an important update about our risk assessment process for trees. The reason why I'm starting this conversation is that there has been a referral of a paper that was submitted to the Audit and Risk Committee, and they referred the recommendations for the PACE Committee to follow up on this item, as the PACE Committee is typically involved in any matters relating to community facilities and parks. What firstly I'd like to do is acknowledge our team, and particularly the team from Risk, and assurance services who have been working a bit more independently from our teams to look at what we need to do and how we can do things better. I would also like to acknowledge members of the community, some of whom are here today, for actually submitting information and providing feedback. This is a very complex topic, and the challenge we have with tree risk assessment is that there is no single one answer that gives us clarity on necessarily the best approach to take. And what we find is that there are multiple tools that people use, some that are developed by companies themselves, and there are often internal disagreements or disagreements across parties about which are the most appropriate tools to use. So this is a challenge that councils are facing across New Zealand, because we have a really important obligation around dealing with not only our ngahere and protecting our trees, most importantly now, and even more importantly given climate change requirements, but we also have obligations regarding health and safety and the safety of our public. And so what we are trying to do is constantly balance the tensions that we see in some of these instances. And the methodologies that are available to us help inform the decisions that we then need to make with our elected members in the particular communities where these risks exist. In terms of what you're going to hear today is that there are a small number of slides. They will cover off the types of methodologies that exist, including to assess trees. It will cover off the work that our risk team did to assess how well we're applying those and any recommendations they have. And then we will also cover any recommendations that we have going forward to improve any of our practices. And Rod Sheridan, who is our General Manager of Community Facilities, is kindly here today to provide some information on that. The important thing to note is that because this is not an exact science, it is really important for us to follow continuous quality improvement practices. We need to learn about what we can do better. We need to hear feedback from our communities, our elected members. We need to look at the latest scientific techniques that may be evolving. And we foresee that the management and the approaches we continue to take around tree assessment will continue to change over time as we adopt new ideas, new methodologies, and adapt to new environments. So that's all from me, and I would like to now introduce Emma Mosley, our Chief Risk Officer. Thank you very much, Emma.
Kia ora tātou, everybody, and thank you, Claudia, for the introduction. Yes, my name's Emma Mosley. I think everyone here has heard from me before with my current hat on as Chief Risk Officer acting. I have become a bit of an expert, or a burgeoning expert in trees in the last little while. It's a very, very important area, and I've been very grateful that we have been able to run alongside the community facilities and community services team, working with a wide range of people. As Claudia says, there's been a big team involved in getting across these important issues and working on a way forward, looking forward. So today, we'll keep this brief. I'll take the report as read. I know that there'll be lots of good questions coming, so we'll allow plenty of time for that. My part of the presentation really is just to briefly talk about the industry standards available for tree risk assessment, current practice that we have taken a look at over the last little while, and the work that we've recommended and that we will be doing to document the processes and improve our practices. So, at its simplest, tree risk assessments are a formalised method of identifying and analysing and evaluating risks. Without a set way of doing this, we might take different views and come to inconsistent decisions that don't appropriately consider all the factors and get the right outcome, as Claudia has said. And all risk assessments at their heart are about thinking about likelihood and consequence and balancing that up. There are different ways, as Claudia says, of undertaking risk assessments that meet the risk management standard, and I don't want to bamboozle you with numbers, but there is an international standard, ISO 31000-2018, which we've looked at, and that guides how we think about these things. There are quantitative and qualitative and blends of tools and approaches that can be taken. And as Claudia has already mentioned, there is currently today no definitive one tree risk management sector tool and regulation in place. So that means it's a challenge, but it also means it's an opportunity, because it means we can look at everything that's available and look at our circumstance and our challenges and work out what is best for us and our communities. We also have guidance available that comes not just from standards, but also from our legal requirements and from recent learnings out of circumstances through the coroner and other important considerations that we have to factor in to this consideration. So the commonly used methods and tools are summarised in the report, and I'm aware that there has been a question about whether the ones that are in there are the ones. Are they really risk assessment tools? Why have we listed those ones? There are many. There are new ones coming. There are different views about which methods and tools are best and should be used in any particular circumstance. And I believe that's healthy. That's actually good. It means that we're constantly reviewing and challenging what works best for trees and the assessments. The methods and tools that are listed fall into 3 different groupings. So they're not all, the language is tricky. You can talk about them as standards or methodologies, but there's a group of ways of assessing trees that are qualitative. And then there's the quantitative tool, where you can put in different data, set hard thresholds and triggers, appetites, for example, and they'll spit you out an answer, depending on what you put in. And then there's a blend. So there's different things that you can use. They all have their strengths, and talking to different experts, some have more strengths and more weaknesses, or pros and cons, depending. And as we've said, arborists use different tools depending on their preferences and circumstances. So we wanted to be clear that today the conversation is about community facilities, tree risk scope. So we are not talking about public trees that might be on land in our regional parks or our Auckland Botanical Gardens, which are managed by separate parts of council, or trees on land managed by co-governance entities, or importantly, trees on private property, who are the responsibility of those private owners. So as I say, my team has had the opportunity to come in and support CF and run alongside and really have a look at what we are currently doing. And that means they've had a lot of questions from us, and we've had a lot of time to look at the feedback that's been coming in from the community, but also internally amongst the different experts that we have in the team who really care about trees, and they know a lot about them, and so we've been talking a lot with them as well. We've also had a look at what other councils are doing and looked overseas and internationally, where there is a growing body of work around tree risk assessment and tree management generally. And we've come to the general conclusion that there is a real opportunity here to work on documenting what we do so that we can be very clear and open and transparent with everybody about what we do. and we can perhaps dig down into some of these questions about which tool, when, what do we do, and make sure we have robust, effective risk management happening every day across our whole beautiful Tamaki Makaurau. So I won't go on any further. I could give you chapter and verse about VTA and QTRA and all the alphabet soup that is in this world. I'm happy to answer questions on all of that, but I guess the general message from us today is that we've had a look. We think we are generally consistent with the standards and the methods and the practices that are out there. Our teams are doing hard mahi, making these risk assessments and doing this work. We have room to improve, and we are proposing that we do that with the work that's underway already to document and work through a document which is an operation guide which can apply to both staff and our contractors. I'll hand over to Rod now to talk about that peace and community facilities process going forward.
Yeah, kia ora koutou, and thank you, Emma, and through the chair. Look, we are, this is a real important topic for us, for our communities, for our elected members, and for our residents, obviously. So we are committed here to work through an operational document that documents all the processes that we actually go through to make decisions around tree removal, but how we operate as a whole in our tree management across our area. You know, we are open to continuous improvement in this. What we are finding through this process, as been said by Claudia and by Emma, is that there is no one system that we can use that quantifies and makes these decisions. What we use with our visual tree assessment process is we run through a process which is a very intense process, and we then use expert contractors to come in, and they use different types of systems to actually help evaluate the tree risk. We thank the residents of Western Springs for their feedback, and we note their correspondence last night, and we will be addressing all of those items in our operational plans, how we go through to make sure we've covered all of those things off. We don't think we'll ever get to a stage of nominating one system. I think we need to be able to use a number of different systems when we actually have a number of different tools that relate to what area we are managing and what the tree risk is at that time, because I think there's keeping that flexibility is a better process for us as an organisation. We have in-house arborists. We have 10 qualified and passionate arborists who are passionate about trees and the environment out there, and they want to make sure that they are doing the right thing and making the right decisions for our communities and making sure that we look after our ngāhere as a whole. So look, we are committed to actually getting this process documented. We believe that we will have that in a draft by around December, and then peer reviewed and hopefully back to this committee as an update. So we hope to update you in December around where we're up to, and then from that we'll have it peer reviewed and by experts and external people, and have it in play by around back to the committee as an update in February next year. It's a pretty tight time frame, but we've got a lot of it underway now, and we want to continue that process through this. So look, happy to take any questions. I could go on, but I think it's best to get some questions out of the way, and we can give you the assurance that we are open to certainly a continuous improvement process through this system process.
Yeah, ngā mihi korua, but there's 2 more slides. I know there's the next steps.
Oh, sorry.
So if we get through the next 2 slides, that'll be great. So, yeah, ka pai.
So look, this is the next step. So we'll draft the operational process for tree management for Community Facilities Department, and the Customer and Community Services proposed to update the local boards forum and the Parks, Arts and Community and Events Committee on our progress. And we're thinking that work will be in December this year as an update, and then hopefully have a target of completion by February next year once we've had a chance to get some expert peer review done.
Ka pai, ngā mihi. Look, just to give you some guidance in regards to the questions and that, as you saw on the PowerPoint, It's got nothing to do, this risk assessment is, I will not entertain any questions around Canal Road because it's private property. I will not entertain any questions on the tupuna maunga because they're under statute. I will not entertain any questions around the Western Springs process because that is a separate process. And as we've always been told, that process is going to continue. This is around the tree risk assessment, and that covers us. So I'm not going to entertain any of those particular questions. And Claudia, you mentioned our whānau at the back, so I just want to mihi to you all as well. No, that's you three. You're the only three in the public that's still there. So I just want to mihi to you, Wallace. So look, I'm going to open it up and questions first, please. And that is Deputy Mayor Cashmore.
Kia ora, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. Claudia, thank you for what you said at the start, because I think that set the picture. Emma and Rod, great inputs and very valuable information. I know a little bit about trees. Some people say I'm wooden. I've been hit by a few of them in the past.
That explains a lot.
Yeah, that explains a lot. So when I was 48, 2 years ago, I fell a tree that had 30-degree lean. And as I was doing the back cut, it broke, went against the lean, hit me in the head, smashed the helmet on my head, rolled down my back, and took my left leg off and put it behind my pelvis. Now that tree looked healthy, but the inside of it was rotten. It was rotten, and the pressure of the branches flicked it back the wrong way. So you can never tell. So I actually really understand, Emma, the complexities of writing some rules about how best to work with trees, because they are not pegs. Everyone is different. And sometimes their problems are hidden well beneath their bark layers and what's visible to the eye. I think having a best practice, Emma, is going to be very challenging. So the Forestry Association does have some guidance, and I presume you've got that and read that stuff. But when you're dealing with the native trees, it is more challenging. The other thing I would note that might be used to you is we have some excellent contractors out there, both internal staff but also our contractors, who have a lot of knowledge, and I'm sure you'll be using those. Okay, great. My last question is to you, Rod. That is about the contracts and the selection of the contractors. Could you just talk us through the process about how we actually select the contractors to do our work, whether it's felling trees or pruning trees in our council-owned areas?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the comments, and thanks through the chair. Look, we have an arboricultural contract that was part of a procurement process that we all went through, and everyone remembers Project 17 when we done our maintenance and we did arboriculture again, and that went to the market, and that was we had a number of people come back on that tender process. It was awarded to a contractor, or majority of it went to Treescapes, because the price, I think we actually, at that time, and I think it was reported that we actually added about another 30% value through that negotiation process, and it was part of the Deloitte's review when they said that we added $30 million worth of value back into the community through that Project 17 process around that. So they do the majority of all our maintenance, apart from AIM Services, which is our own council department, which has a couple of regions. For tree removal, our teams go through, they have some selected pre-qualified contractors, and the pre-qualified contractors get an opportunity to quote on some of the tree removal that happens around the area, and that work is evenly distributed over a number of different contractors for that type of work through that process. But it all goes through our procurement process and how we work through council.
Subsequent one, Rod, have we had the fatalities with our contractors in the tree space or serious injuries in recent times?
Back through the chair, good question. Not in recent time. I do recall one injury where someone did fall from a tree. But, to put that in context and why that was an issue, we've got 500,000 trees under our management. We visit 75,000 trees a year, so we're actually going. So over the last 3 years, I can only recall one incident where a staff member was actually injured, but it wasn't a serious injury. But I do recall, because we got a report on that.
Thanks, Rod. With my history, I won't apply for a job.
Thank you.
Before I move to Councillor Fletcher, Oh, no, I better not say it. Sorry, Councillor Kelsey, I won't. Councillor Fletcher.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do note that we are not talking about co-governance. We're not talking about the Māngara Authority today. We're not talking about regional parks. We are looking more generally at those assessments. And I also note with pleasure that we're really just moving, one step forward in terms of the evolution of policy. So we're not landing today. We are just trying to establish that we have taken into account all of those factors so that we can come up with coherent policy. I do regret, in part, that we didn't hear from those that sought to speak today, because it is one of those really complex areas where, trying to get that contestable policy advice coming through is really important. I understand that they had already been heard at another committee, but in many ways we're a different committee to audit and risk, and I would have probably welcomed just being able to quiz people on some of the things that I've taken an interest in. Just for the record, in Parliament I introduced on behalf of the Tree Council the Urban Tree Protection Private Members Bill, and then for my sins, I ended up having to sign the death warrant on the Monterey pine on the top of the tihi, on Mangakea. And then more recently, when I was chairing Parks and chairing the Domain Committee, we had the oak felling incident, and it really did drive home to me the importance of having adequate assessment measures because of the risk to life and limb. So I might add that I'm also extremely handy with the chainsaw, and I can share many an anecdote at a personal level as well as to my tree felling abilities. And just for the record, so that there can never be any suggestion of conflict for me, although I have never discussed this matter with him, my nephew is James Fletcher, who is the CEO of Treescape. So I have a passing interest in these things. And really what I want to quiz you on, in no way want to be disrespectful of the advice that we've had from officers, but the visual assessment, it's really concerning to me that we might put more weighting on that than perhaps some other forms of methodology. And while you're saying you don't want to have a kind of one size fits all, I'm still really open-minded about how we might go about this assessment. And Mr. Chairman, before they answer, I wonder that this is such an important issue that there might not be a small working group of, just as we have with the weed management group, some working group of councillors that can work, or local board members that can work with officers as we go through this, because I think it is such a critical piece of work. But I'm really interested in what Rod can offer on that information that we might have heard today, if we'd agreed. But I can only take, Mark Roberts seems to be a well-informed expert in the area, and there does seem to be some conflict in terms of the points of view. And I hasten to add, this has nothing to do with what's happening in regional parks or the Māngara Authority or anything else. This is just how we go about in the most responsible way what we do going forward. So can you give us a little, for those of us who are interested in more detailed information, can you give us a little bit more detailed information on what, if we wanted to go further, what kinds of strategies might we deploy?
We'll just break that. So Emma will update you on the visual tree process, because from an independence point of view, a view around that, and then I can update you on what we do next steps.
Thank you, Councillor. Visual tree assessment. Someone said to me earlier today, it's an unfortunate name of what it is, because it's not just rocking up to a tree and having a look and deciding. I've worked that out from all the questions that I've asked and the review that we've done into what we actually do. I agree the advice that's coming through and that you've all received and we will be attaching does raise questions around VTA and is talking about whether it is a true risk assessment or not. As I said at the beginning, risk assessment at its heart is about understanding likelihood and consequence and working out the appropriate response. And from what I have seen of current practice at council, we do use VTA, and everyone says that quite readily, and that is demonstrated in what we have seen. But we do other things as well. What we have been talking about and what we've started implementing is better documentation around what we do and the assessments, more consistency and tools to help staff so that they do all the steps that you would expect and that the experts who've submitted here would expect happen, whether it's called VTA and it's that tool that's on that website or not. From a risk perspective, what I care about is whether we are stepping through all the considerations in the same way, appropriately and robustly, recording them, going back and checking that we're doing it, actually, and not doing it, and that it's working to effectively manage the risk. I don't want us to be too caught up, if you like, in what it's called, and whether it's this tool or that tool, because I believe that there's dispute. I've heard the dispute over which tool's better and what to do. So let's work it through. And I think we've got a pathway forward to do that and agree how we're going to do this and which tool is used in which circumstance. We do VTA, and I've had advice that it is a robust way to manage our trees, and the practice is current is good practice. There are differing views on that, and we need to hear those, and we need to understand it, and then we need to respond with how we move forward. And we will be doing that. I've heard the commitments from key officers today, and I believe we will be doing that. Does that appropriately answer the concern, or do you have follow-up questions?
I don't want to monopolise the time of the committee, but it is something I feel quite passionately about. And Mr. Chair, I'm happy to commit personal time with the officers in trying to perhaps go into a little more detail on some of these things. So that's probably as far as I, in the interest of time, want to take it.
So I'll get Rod to answer some of the questions you've posed, and then I'll have a comment and then move on with our questions. Rod.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question. Look, just to finish off on that visual tree assessment, if you do Google visual tree assessment, and the process you've got to actually go through is actually quite a robust process and to do that. So I do concur with what Emma has just said. In regards to this process now, we are internally looking at this document. We're looking at it and using a lot of experience from what's happened in other areas, what other councils do, what we do as best practice, how we get from good practice to best practice, and how we continue that. And that peer review will be done by external experts. In regards to yourself wanting to have some input, from our point of view, we're happy to communicate with yourself if you want to be, and set up some time to show you and give you comfort how we're working through this and where we will end up at with the final document in around February next year.
Thank you for that, Rod. And I'm sure there's other councillors that may be interested in detail on this as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, look, that's actually a good point. If they wish to contact you, that's fine, but not setting up a working political party group. Okay, Claire, did you want to say something before we move on?
So perhaps, sorry, also thank you very much for your question, Councillor. Just to make a comment, I am proposing that I come back to this committee to be able to provide you with detailed updates on this report alongside Rod. That way you've got the visibility of what we're doing and other members do as well. And equally, when we have the external peer review, which we're proposing would be done by highly qualified specialists in this space, to really test our thinking and the triage process and application process we would use of the various methodologies, then we would certainly bring that back as well, in addition to any feedback that they may be able to provide. So those are other mechanisms too.
Okay. Councillor Henderson, and then Cooper with questions, and then there's only one person so far who is yours is comment. Okay, I'll go to Councillor Henderson, and then Walker and Cooper will be the two for comment.
Cool, thanks, Chair. Yeah, not being an expert, and I'm about to, with my question, probably prove that fact. But look, my concern is with a flexible system, and I understand there's 100 competing systems, the issue with that is that the public can't rely on that when we're looking at different systems. So how do we propose to address that issue so that people can adjust their behaviour and adjust maybe their views depending on the methodologies that are used, if that makes any sense? And I've got another little follow-up question.
Through the chair, I'm a little bit perplexed by the question, sorry. So if I don't answer it right, you can certainly answer it for me again. Look, a process, once we document the process that we use, that is going to be a public, can be public document, and people will be able to review that from our point of view. It's not out to consultation, it is an operational document that we use, and that process will be signed off by the operations team, by our director, but the information from an operational point of view will come back and we'll update you on where that is, and that document will be available for the public to actually review how we go through some of our processes and just make decisions around these things.
Thanks, I appreciate that. And just my final question is, have you been working with the New Zealand Arboricultural Association, and how do they feel about how things are going?
Look, all of our arborists are in lots of different organisations and work back through organisations. I myself haven't contacted the New Zealand arboriculture industry, but I know that Emma, my colleague, and others have contacted a number of councils and other organisations around the country, and we're working with them, and they will certainly have input and review of what we're doing and update them. Look, we have got a desire to be, to try and lead the way in this as our organisation, from the size and scale we are around this. So it is something we are taking seriously, and we are open to continuous improvement of our processes. And this will be a living document because, as our director just said, technology, systems, climate change, things change all the time. So we need to be able to have it so we can actually change adapt ourselves to be flexible around this.
Councillor Walker. Comments now.
Comment, Mr. Chair. So look, this is really encouraging that we're putting this in place. I guess my comment is, if we're looking at the bigger issue, the areas that I would identify is around tree selection and maintenance. So tree selection, one, maintenance, and then valuation. And if you look at other cities, and I follow closely, for example, the city of Melbourne and a number of other cities around trees, you go to their website, you'll find there's marvellous information around tree selection, because increasingly you've got disease vectors, you've got climate change, you've got fire, you've got a number of things that critically impact on the selection of trees. And we could be one step ahead, because my observation is that we're continuing to plant trees that are going to be high maintenance and problematic in terms of branch fall and the like over time. So I just toss that in. There's some good stuff out there, and a lot of it, with the exception of natives, we can actually literally pick up from other cities because they've been there and done that. So we don't have to occupy lots of time and effort around some of the stuff. There are other cities that are way ahead of us around trees, in my opinion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walker. Councillor Cooper, I think you may be...
Yep.
Yeah,
yours. So thank you. I really welcome having a standard. One of the things I've been worried about is that I live next door to a very well-used park, which has a mix of very, very old pines and new undergrowth of natives that's been building up over the last 25 years or so. And in that big terrible weather storm we had a couple of years ago, a couple of those trees literally were lifted up and pulled out of the ground, and others have fallen over different times. And what the community say to me is, I'm a bit scared to go in that part of the park or let the kids play there because I don't know what's going to happen with those trees. And so for me, being able, if they are assessed and I'm able to be told, look, we've had a proper assessment, here's the standard, they're okay, that makes it safe because it's a really well-used park. And so for me, that's important. The other thing that's really important for me is that it isn't a political sign-off because this is operational. This is about the experts. I am not an arborist, and I don't want political making the rules around this. This is really dangerous, and I don't want to be liable for politically signing off something like this when it's around experts. So I really welcome that, and I hope that, you know, there's been some information sent through this morning, which I hope we can put, you know, at least assess and put in that mix. I think that's really important. You know, to do that, we've had a lot of raru around trees, should they come down or not. And to be quite honest, I have a lot of faith in the arborists and our teams, because when people do want trees cut down on public property, you could not, honestly, never happen, because they're deemed healthy, they're assessed. But when we've got dangerous trees, whether we love them or we hate them, we've got to really deal with it, because I don't want to be on the watch of having someone killed by a tree or falling on them. So I'm really welcome this, and thank you for your work. Looking forward to seeing us having a code. Kia ora.
Ka pai. Look, thank you so much, well, to you, Claudia, to you, your team, to Emma, to Rod, to Maureen, to the staff behind us in regards to this. This piece of work is obviously operational, but it's going to be something that will end up hopefully guiding everything else that we have around our rākau and our ngahere. So look, I just want to mihi to you. So it's been moved and seconded. So I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. To the committee, ngā mihi kia koutou katoa, thank you so much. We've finished early. Pardon? No, that's all done. We did that just before lunch. And 17, that's the only one, there's no extraordinary items. So I'll move that.
No, you don't need to.
And I just didn't have to move it, so it's gone. Just want to acknowledge again our members of the public, just to say thank you so much for the long waits. But again, thank you. Look, to Theo and to Dan, again, from Red Badge, just staying here so long, thank you so much as well. So, ko mutu, it's finished. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. See you online. Thank you.